In the good old days, it was hard for job seekers and employers to find each other. Even when they did, distance and limited technology didn't make it easy for them to communicate. Job seekers and employers needed a solution, a place where they can find one another and connect directly. To solve this problem, we took inspiration from something that made our lives easier. Ages ago, shoppers had a hard time finding the right store with the right stuff at the right price. Then someone came up with a great idea. Gather different stores with lots of products under one roof. As a result, shopping malls were born, and now everyone finds the products they need in one place. Now, let's apply this concept to job seekers and employers. Just like a shopping mall, Bait.com offers a place where job seekers and employers can find each other and connect directly. In fact, Bait.com is the largest shopping mall for jobs in the Middle East. Bait.com is not a recruitment agency. Think of employer companies as stores and of job seekers as shoppers. Job seekers can browse our job mall, and if they like what they see, they can use their CVs as currency to apply directly for free. Once employers receive applications, they can contact the right candidate that fits their needs. Sometimes, the right job seekers may not visit an employer's store. To help with that, employers can search through everyone who ever visited the Bait.com mall and left a CV. If a CV fits what an employer is looking for, the employer can quickly view the contact details and get in touch right away. If all goes well, we have another successful Bait.com talent match. Welcome to Bait.com, the Middle East's #1 job site and the region's largest employment marketplace.
Hi everyone, my name is Ibtihal and I'm the Dean of HEC Paris. I'd like to tell you what I think makes HEC Paris such a special place to study. We offer a world of opportunities and outstanding programs in management so that you can become the best, most well-rounded version of you and have an impact on society and the world at large. At HEC Paris, we acknowledge that no two paths are the same. That's why you will have many chances to customize your degree to your chosen path, including 150 elective, 20 specialization, many double degrees all over the world, and the possibility to take a gap year depending on your course. We rank consistently among the world's best business schools, topping the tables of the Financial Times and many others. These leading rankings are some out of many testaments to the outstanding quality of the teaching, career prospects, curriculum, and lifestyle we offer here at HEC Paris. As for our academic approach, we believe that learning is strongest when both in classroom and on the ground. You will receive an exceptional education in management, run by field-leading academics who got their PhD from the world's top universities. Pushing the boundaries of knowledge, our teaching is constantly informed by our faculty world-class research. And thanks to international internship opportunities and courses created by industry practitioners, you will also have a hands-on approach to your field. This perfect theory-practice balance will be an ironclad competitive advantage when launching your career. We pride ourselves on our global mindset, with more than 40% of students finding an internship outside the home country. This is why we offer many opportunities for academic exchanges, as well as double degrees with prestigious universities such as Wharton, LSE, Yale, or Tokyo University. Our students go on to do amazing things, from management positions in big global businesses and NGOs, to startups born at the HEC incubator, or even entering academia, the political world, and public sectors. The possibilities are endless. To help you get there, you will have access to exceptional opportunities and support throughout your time at HEC. We offer many career fairs every year, personalized career coaching for every student, and a powerful global alumni network composed of 60,000 graduates and ranked among the most powerful in the world. As for life outside the classroom, in many ways, we consider this just as important as life within it. With over 110 nationalities, our students are a true melting pot of people. Our 130 clubs and societies, spanning from social and humanitarian actions to sports and other leisure activities, only add to this diversity and richness. And our beautiful campus, offering the perfect balance between the urban and rural worlds, provides many opportunities for meaningful connections and lifelong friends. HEC Paris is an exceptional springboard to a future without limits. You will have all you need to successfully embark on the next stage of your life and career, whatever it may be. Our goal is to motivate and enable you to become the next generation of inspirational leaders, connecting you with the world and yourself on a deeper level. Our teams are always available to answer all your questions. As for me, I'll be thrilled to see you on campus in a few months or even a few years.
One of the greatest misunderstandings is that life is about survival of the fittest. It is not the strongest, but the one who adapts to change that survives. The only way to create real growth in these times is your capability to adapt to the current challenges. Your insights need to be precise to inform your next vital decisions. Your mission is to create stability, ensuring that the collective purpose is aligned to the everyday goal. The enterprises of tomorrow will look vastly different from today. How they do business, the people they hire, the way they work. And Entimo has designed solutions for the future of your enterprise. Drive everyday performance, engage and align goals, empower with everyday insights, and goal-oriented nudges to drive performance behavior. Drive performance by empowering your people to take ownership of their own career and skill development, personalized learning recommendations, and always have an enterprise view of skill health and talent hotspots. We offer AI-based learner engagement to create a dynamic learning experience for your employees. Entimo brings together visually stunning dashboards filled with actionable suggestions. Powered by AI and behavioral science, Entimo provides the right insights and nudges for each individual to take the right actions, resulting in behavior change that drives performance. To learn more, go to www.entimo.co.
حققت دولة قطر صيتاً دولياً فيما يخص اقتصادها واستثماراتها، ونجحت بفرض نفسها على خارطة الاستثمارات الدولية في فترة قياسية، حيث تمتلك دبلوماسية متنامية واقتصاداً قوي، بالإضافة إلى خطط متقدمة بات تأثيرها واضحاً في المنظومة الاقتصادية العالمية. ومن خلال تأمين الدولة لبيئة عمل شفافة ومنافسة، تآلفت العديد من الشرك المحلية، وأبرزها مجموعة الحطاب القابضة التي تأسست عام 1995 واحتلت مكانة رائدة في السوق في عدد من المجالات. تتمحور خدمات الحطاب القابضة في 4 ركائز أساسية، وهي الهندسة، الصناعة، الخدمات العامة، والسلع الاستهلاكية. تساهم الحطاب في لعب دور مؤثر في عالم الاقتصاد والأعمال على المستوى المحلي، كما تخلق أفضل قيمة لعملائها بمزيج من التميز والابتكار في تقديم الخدمات والأنشطة المتكاملة، وبأعلى مستوى من الجودة والالتزام والمصداقية. الحطاب للتجارة والمقاولات، وهي شركة تحظى بتاريخ حافل يمتد إلى أكثر من 20 عاماً، وقد برزت الشركة كإحدى أفضل شركات المقاولات في قطر. سويت هاوس للتصميم والديكور، تعتبر من الشركات الرائدة في مجال التصميم والجودة والقيمة، حيث تقدم الشركة خدماتها إلى القطاعين السكني والتجاري، بالإضافة إلى تقديم تصاميم مخصصة تلبي الاحتياجات الفردية. شركة الحطاب للصيانة، تقدم الشركة أفضل خدمات الصيانة في قطر وأكثرها توفيراً من حيث التكلفة، كما تحظى الشركة بفريق عمل فني متاح على الدوام. الحطاب للمواد العازلة والتركيبات، تقدم الشركة حلول المواد العازلة والعزل الحراري، بالإضافة إلى أعمال الأرضيات وأعمال الطلاء بمادة الإيبوكسي. الحطاب للاستشارات الهندسية، تقدم الشركة خدمات متخصصة في مجال الاستشارات والهندسة إلى مجموعة كبيرة ومتنوعة من الاستخدامات في مجالات المعمار والهندسة والأعمال اللوجستية والإنشاءات. شركة الكعبي للخرسانة الجاهزة، تملك الشركة وسائل تكنولوجية متقدمة تمكنها من إنتاج خرسانة فائقة المتانة. الحطاب للسيراميك، وهي أحد أكبر الشرك الرائدة في مجال استيراد السيراميك والبورسلين وتوريدها في قطر. مصنع الحطاب للرخام، تمتلك الشركة مصنعاً للرخام تنتج من خلاله أسطح الرخام والكوارتز الطبيعية والمضغوطة والمصقولة. شركة الحطاب لمواد البناء، نقدم لعملائنا أجود وأرقى أنواع الأخشاب والأنابيب ومواد البناء من أجل بناء منازل عصرية، والتي يتم توريدها من أكبر الشركات العالمية. شركة الحطاب للخدمات الأمنية، تقدم خدمات وحلول أمنية كاملة إلى المؤسسات الحكومية والقطاع الخاص، ويعمل لدى الشركة فريق عمل على مستوى عال من التدريب. شركة تاتش للتنظيفات والضيافة والتجارة، تعتبر من إحدى الشركات الرائدة في تقديم خدمات النظافة والضيافة في دولة قطر، وتخدم الشركة عملائها على الصعيد الحكومي والسكني على حد سواء. الحطاب للعقارات، تقدم الحطاب للعقارات شتى فرص العقارات سواء على المستوى السكني أو التجاري، كما تساعد عملاؤها على الاستثمار في مجال العقارات. نيكست فيرز للمعارض والمؤتمرات، تقدم الشركة حلولاً جاهزة كاملة الخدمات إلى أصحاب المعارض الطامحين للاستفادة من فرص السوق الهائلة الموجودة في قطر. الحطاب للاستثمار، تضم الشركة حافظة أعمال تضم المشاريع الإعمارية والاستثمارات العقارية المدرة للدخل. الحطاب للمواد الغذائية، تقوم الشركة بتوزيع السلع الاستهلاكية والمنتجات ذات الجودة العالية، والتي تنفرد الشركة حصرياً بتقديمها. تحرص مجموعة الحطاب على تدشين برامج التحسين والتطوير المستمرة، بما يضمن التعامل مع مشاريع العملاء على النحو الأمثل، بالإضافة إلى التقييم الدوري لجودة منتجاتها ومشروعاتها وفقاً لاحتياجات العملاء والمنتجات الأخرى المطروحة في الأسواق. وضمان الالتزام التام بالمعايير ومواصفات المنتجات، واستمرار تحسين إدارة الجودة في عملياتها من خلال وضع ومراجعة الغايات والأهداف القابلة للقياس. الحطاب القابضة، ثقة لا تنتهي.
In the good old days, it was hard for job seekers and employers to find each other. Even when they did, distance and limited technology didn't make it easy for them to communicate. Job seekers and employers needed a solution, a place where they can find one another and connect directly. To solve this problem, we took inspiration from something that made our lives easier. Ages ago, shoppers had a hard time finding the right store with the right stuff at the right price. Then someone came up with a great idea. Gather different stores with lots of products under one roof. As a result, shopping malls were born, and now everyone finds the products they need in one place. Now, let's apply this concept to job seekers and employers. Just like a shopping mall, Bait.com offers a place where job seekers and employers can find each other and connect directly. In fact, Bait.com is the largest shopping mall for jobs in the Middle East. Bait.com is not a recruitment agency. Think of employer companies as stores and of job seekers as shoppers. Job seekers can browse our job mall, and if they like what they see, they can use their CVs as currency to apply directly for free. Once employers receive applications, they can contact the right candidate that fits their needs. Sometimes, the right job seekers may not visit an employer's store. To help with that, employers can search through everyone who ever visited the Bait.com mall and left a CV. If a CV fits what an employer is looking for, the employer can quickly view the contact details and get in touch right away. If all goes well, we have another successful Bait.com talent match. Welcome to Bait.com, the Middle East's #1 job site and the region's largest employment marketplace.
Hi everyone, my name is Ibtihal and I'm the Dean of HEC Paris. I'd like to tell you what I think makes HEC Paris such a special place to study. We offer a world of opportunities and outstanding programs in management so that you can become the best, most well-rounded version of you and have an impact on society and the world at large. At HEC Paris, we acknowledge that no two paths are the same. That's why you will have many chances to customize your degree to your chosen path, including 150 elective, 20 specialization, many double degrees all over the world, and the possibility to take a gap year depending on your course. We rank consistently among the world's best business schools, topping the tables of the Financial Times and many others. These leading rankings are some out of many testaments to the outstanding quality of the teaching, career prospects, curriculum, and lifestyle we offer here at HEC Paris. As for our academic approach, we believe that learning is strongest when both in classroom and on the ground. You will receive an exceptional education in management, run by field-leading academics who got their PhD from the world's top universities. Pushing the boundaries of knowledge, our teaching is constantly informed by our faculty world-class research. And thanks to international internship opportunities and courses created by industry practitioners, you will also have a hands-on approach to your field. This perfect theory-practice balance will be an ironclad competitive advantage when launching your career. We pride ourselves on our global mindset, with more than 40% of students finding an internship outside the home country. This is why we offer many opportunities for academic exchanges, as well as double degrees with prestigious universities such as Wharton, LSE, Yale, or Tokyo University. Our students go on to do amazing things, from management positions in big global businesses and NGOs, to startups born at the HEC incubator, or even entering academia, the political world, and public sectors. The possibilities are endless. To help you get there, you will have access to exceptional opportunities and support throughout your time at HEC. We offer many career fairs every year, personalized career coaching for every student, and a powerful global alumni network composed of 60,000 graduates and ranked among the most powerful in the world. As for life outside the classroom, in many ways, we consider this just as important as life within it. With over 110 nationalities, our students are a true melting pot of people. Our 130 clubs and societies, spanning from social and humanitarian actions to sports and other leisure activities, only add to this diversity and richness. And our beautiful campus, offering the perfect balance between the urban and rural worlds, provides many opportunities for meaningful connections and lifelong friends. HEC Paris is an exceptional springboard to a future without limits. You will have all you need to successfully embark on the next stage of your life and career, whatever it may be. Our goal is to motivate and enable you to become the next generation of inspirational leaders, connecting you with the world and yourself on a deeper level. Our teams are always available to answer all your questions. As for me, I'll be thrilled to see you on campus in a few months or even a few years.
One of the greatest misunderstandings is that life is about survival of the fittest. It is not the strongest, but the one who adapts to change that survives. The only way to create real growth in these times is your capability to adapt to the current challenges. Your insights need to be precise to inform your next vital decisions. Your mission is to create stability, ensuring that the collective purpose is aligned to the everyday goal. The enterprises of tomorrow will look vastly different from today. How they do business, the people they hire, the way they work. And Entimo has designed solutions for the future of your enterprise. Drive everyday performance, engage and align goals, empower with everyday insights, and goal-oriented nudges to drive performance behavior. Drive performance by empowering your people to take ownership of their own career and skill development, personalized learning recommendations, and always have an enterprise view of skill health and talent hotspots. We offer AI-based learner engagement to create a dynamic learning experience for your employees. Entimo brings together visually stunning dashboards filled with actionable suggestions. Powered by AI and behavioral science, Entimo provides the right insights and nudges for each individual to take the right actions, resulting in behavior change that drives performance. To learn more, go to www.entimo.co.
حققت دولة قطر صيتاً دولياً فيما يخص اقتصادها واستثماراتها، ونجحت بفرض نفسها على خارطة الاستثمارات الدولية في فترة قياسية، حيث تمتلك دبلوماسية متنامية واقتصاداً قوي، بالإضافة إلى خطط متقدمة بات تأثيرها واضحاً في المنظومة الاقتصادية العالمية. ومن خلال تأمين الدولة لبيئة عمل شفافة ومنافسة، تآلفت العديد من الشرك المحلية، وأبرزها مجموعة الحطاب القابضة التي تأسست عام 1995 واحتلت مكانة رائدة في السوق في عدد من المجالات. تتمحور خدمات الحطاب القابضة في 4 ركائز أساسية، وهي الهندسة، الصناعة، الخدمات العامة، والسلع الاستهلاكية. تساهم الحطاب في لعب دور مؤثر في عالم الاقتصاد والأعمال على المستوى المحلي، كما تخلق أفضل قيمة لعملائها بمزيج من التميز والابتكار في تقديم الخدمات والأنشطة المتكاملة، وبأعلى مستوى من الجودة والالتزام والمصداقية. الحطاب للتجارة والمقاولات، وهي شركة تحظى بتاريخ حافل يمتد إلى أكثر من 20 عاماً، وقد برزت الشركة كإحدى أفضل شركات المقاولات في قطر. سويت هاوس للتصميم والديكور، تعتبر من الشركات الرائدة في مجال التصميم والجودة والقيمة، حيث تقدم الشركة خدماتها إلى القطاعين السكني والتجاري، بالإضافة إلى تقديم تصاميم مخصصة تلبي الاحتياجات الفردية. شركة الحطاب للصيانة، تقدم الشركة أفضل خدمات الصيانة في قطر وأكثرها توفيراً من حيث التكلفة، كما تحظى الشركة بفريق عمل فني متاح على الدوام. الحطاب للمواد العازلة والتركيبات، تقدم الشركة حلول المواد العازلة والعزل الحراري، بالإضافة إلى أعمال الأرضيات وأعمال الطلاء بمادة الإيبوكسي. الحطاب للاستشارات الهندسية، تقدم الشركة خدمات متخصصة في مجال الاستشارات والهندسة إلى مجموعة كبيرة ومتنوعة من الاستخدامات في مجالات المعمار والهندسة والأعمال اللوجستية والإنشاءات. شركة الكعبي للخرسانة الجاهزة، تملك الشركة وسائل تكنولوجية متقدمة تمكنها من إنتاج خرسانة فائقة المتانة. الحطاب للسيراميك، وهي أحد أكبر الشرك الرائدة في مجال استيراد السيراميك والبورسلين وتوريدها في قطر. مصنع الحطاب للرخام، تمتلك الشركة مصنعاً للرخام تنتج من خلاله أسطح الرخام والكوارتز الطبيعية والمضغوطة والمصقولة. شركة الحطاب لمواد البناء، نقدم لعملائنا أجود وأرقى أنواع الأخشاب والأنابيب ومواد البناء من أجل بناء منازل عصرية، والتي يتم توريدها من أكبر الشركات العالمية. شركة الحطاب للخدمات الأمنية، تقدم خدمات وحلول أمنية كاملة إلى المؤسسات الحكومية والقطاع الخاص، ويعمل لدى الشركة فريق عمل على مستوى عال من التدريب. شركة تاتش للتنظيفات والضيافة والتجارة، تعتبر من إحدى الشركات الرائدة في تقديم خدمات النظافة والضيافة في دولة قطر، وتخدم الشركة عملائها على الصعيد الحكومي والسكني على حد سواء. الحطاب للعقارات، تقدم الحطاب للعقارات شتى فرص العقارات سواء على المستوى السكني أو التجاري، كما تساعد عملاؤها على الاستثمار في مجال العقارات. نيكست فيرز للمعارض والمؤتمرات، تقدم الشركة حلولاً جاهزة كاملة الخدمات إلى أصحاب المعارض الطامحين للاستفادة من فرص السوق الهائلة الموجودة في قطر. الحطاب للاستثمار، تضم الشركة حافظة أعمال تضم المشاريع الإعمارية والاستثمارات العقارية المدرة للدخل. الحطاب للمواد الغذائية، تقوم الشركة بتوزيع السلع الاستهلاكية والمنتجات ذات الجودة العالية، والتي تنفرد الشركة حصرياً بتقديمها. تحرص مجموعة الحطاب على تدشين برامج التحسين والتطوير المستمرة، بما يضمن التعامل مع مشاريع العملاء على النحو الأمثل، بالإضافة إلى التقييم الدوري لجودة منتجاتها ومشروعاتها وفقاً لاحتياجات العملاء والمنتجات الأخرى المطروحة في الأسواق. وضمان الالتزام التام بالمعايير ومواصفات المنتجات، واستمرار تحسين إدارة الجودة في عملياتها من خلال وضع ومراجعة الغايات والأهداف القابلة للقياس. الحطاب القابضة، ثقة لا تنتهي.
the good old days, it was hard for job seekers and employers to find each other. Even when they did, distance and limited technology didn't make it easy for them to communicate. Job seekers and employers needed a solution, a place where they can find one another and connect directly. To solve this problem, we took inspiration from something that made our lives easier. Ages ago, shoppers had a hard time finding the right store with the right stuff at the right price. Then someone came up with a great idea. Gather different stores with lots of products under one roof. As a result, shopping malls were born, and now everyone finds the products they need in one place. Now, let's apply this concept to job seekers and employers. Just like a shopping mall, Bait.com offers a place where job seekers and employers can find each other and connect directly. In fact, Bait.com is the largest shopping mall for jobs in the Middle East. Bait.com is not a recruitment agency. Think of employer companies as stores and of job seekers as shoppers. Job seekers can browse our job mall, and if they like what they see, they can use their CVs as currency to apply directly for free. Once employers receive applications, they can contact the right candidate that fits their needs. Sometimes, the right job seekers may not visit an employer's store. To help with that, employers can search through everyone who ever visited the Bait.com mall and left a CV. If a CV fits what an employer is looking for, the employer can quickly view the contact details and get in touch right away. If all goes well, we have another successful Bait.com talent match. Welcome to Bait.com, the Middle East's #1 job site and the region's largest employment marketplace.
Hi everyone, my name is Ibtihal and I'm the Dean of HEC Paris. I'd like to tell you what I think makes HEC Paris such a special place to study. We offer a world of opportunities and outstanding programs in management so that you can become the best, most well-rounded version of you and have an impact on society and the world at large. At HEC Paris, we acknowledge that no two paths are the same. That's why you will have many chances to customize your degree to your chosen path, including 150 elective, 20 specialization, many double degrees all over the world, and the possibility to take a gap year depending on your course. We rank consistently among the world's best business schools, topping the tables of the Financial Times and many others. These leading rankings are some out of many testaments to the outstanding quality of the teaching, career prospects, curriculum, and lifestyle we offer here at HEC Paris. As for our academic approach, we believe that learning is strongest when both in classroom and on the ground. You will receive an exceptional education in management, run by field-leading academics who got their PhD from the world's top universities. Pushing the boundaries of knowledge, our teaching is constantly informed by our faculty world-class research. And thanks to international internship opportunities and courses created by industry practitioners, you will also have a hands-on approach to your field. This perfect theory-practice balance will be an ironclad competitive advantage when launching your career. We pride ourselves on our global mindset, with more than 40% of students finding an internship outside the home country. This is why we offer many opportunities for academic exchanges, as well as double degrees with prestigious universities such as Wharton, LSE, Yale, or Tokyo University. Our students go on to do amazing things, from management positions in big global businesses and NGOs, to startups born at the HEC incubator, or even entering academia, the political world, and public sectors. The possibilities are endless. To help you get there, you will have access to exceptional opportunities and support throughout your time at HEC. We offer many career fairs every year, personalized career coaching for every student, and a powerful global alumni network composed of 60,000 graduates and ranked among the most powerful in the world. As for life outside the classroom, in many ways, we consider this just as important as life within it. With over 110 nationalities, our students are a true melting pot of people. Our 130 clubs and societies, spanning from social and humanitarian actions to sports and other leisure activities, only add to this diversity and richness. And our beautiful campus, offering the perfect balance between the urban and rural worlds, provides many opportunities for meaningful connections and lifelong friends. HEC Paris is an exceptional springboard to a future without limits. You will have all you need to successfully embark on the next stage of your life and career, whatever it may be. Our goal is to motivate and enable you to become the next generation of inspirational leaders, connecting you with the world and yourself on a deeper level. Our teams are always available to answer all your questions. As for me, I'll be thrilled to see you on campus in a few months or even a few years.
One of the greatest misunderstandings is that life is about survival of the fittest. It is not the strongest, but the one who adapts to change that survives. The only way to create real growth in these times is your capability to adapt to the current challenges. Your insights need to be precise to inform your next vital decisions. Your mission is to create stability, ensuring that the collective purpose is aligned to the everyday goal. The enterprises of tomorrow will look vastly different from today. How they do business, the people they hire, the way they work. And Entimo has designed solutions for the future of your enterprise. Drive everyday performance, engage and align goals, empower with everyday insights, and goal-oriented nudges to drive performance behavior. Drive performance by empowering your people to take ownership of their own career and skill development, personalized learning recommendations, and always have an enterprise view of skill health and talent hotspots. We offer AI-based learner engagement to create a dynamic learning experience for your employees. Entimo brings together visually stunning dashboards filled with actionable suggestions. Powered by AI and behavioral science, Entimo provides the right insights and nudges for each individual to take the right actions, resulting in behavior change that drives performance. To learn more, go to www.entimo.co.
حققت دولة قطر صيتاً دولياً فيما يخص اقتصادها واستثماراتها، ونجحت بفرض نفسها على خارطة الاستثمارات الدولية في فترة قياسية، حيث تمتلك دبلوماسية متنامية واقتصاداً قوي، بالإضافة إلى خطط متقدمة بات تأثيرها واضحاً في المنظومة الاقتصادية العالمية. ومن خلال تأمين الدولة لبيئة عمل شفافة ومنافسة، تآلفت العديد من الشرك المحلية، وأبرزها مجموعة الحطاب القابضة التي تأسست عام 1995 واحتلت مكانة رائدة في السوق في عدد من المجالات. تتمحور خدمات الحطاب القابضة في 4 ركائز أساسية، وهي الهندسة، الصناعة، الخدمات العامة، والسلع الاستهلاكية. تساهم الحطاب في لعب دور مؤثر في عالم الاقتصاد والأعمال على المستوى المحلي، كما تخلق أفضل قيمة لعملائها بمزيج من التميز والابتكار في تقديم الخدمات والأنشطة المتكاملة وبأعلى مستوى من الجودة والالتزام والمصداقية. الحطاب للتجارة والمقاولات، وهي شركة تحظى بتاريخ حافل يمتد إلى أكثر من 20 عاماً، وقد برزت الشركة كإحدى أفضل شركات المقاولات في قطر. سويت هاوس للتصميم والديكور، تعتبر من الشركات الرائدة في مجال التصميم والجودة والقيمة، حيث تقدم الشركة خدماتها إلى القطاعين السكني والتجاري، بالإضافة إلى تقديم تصاميم مخصصة تلبي الاحتياجات الفردية. شركة الحطاب للصيانة، تقدم الشركة أفضل خدمات الصيانة في قطر وأكثرها توفيراً من حيث التكلفة، كما تحظى الشركة بفريق عمل فني متاح على الدوام. الحطاب للمواد العازلة والتركيبات، تقدم الشركة حلول المواد العازلة والعزل الحراري، بالإضافة إلى أعمال الأرضيات وأعمال الطلاء بمادة الإيبوكسي. الحطاب للاستشارات الهندسية، تقدم الشركة خدمات متخصصة في مجال الاستشارات والهندسة إلى مجموعة كبيرة ومتنوعة من الاستخدامات في مجالات المعمار والهندسة والأعمال اللوجستية والإنشاءات. شركة الكعبي للخرسانة الجاهزة، تملك الشركة وسائل تكنولوجية متقدمة تمكنها من إنتاج خرسانة فائقة المتانة. الحطاب للسيراميك، وهي أحد أكبر الشرك الرائدة في مجال استيراد السيراميك والبورسلين وتوريدها في قطر. مصنع الحطاب للرخام، تمتلك الشركة مصنعاً للرخام تنتج من خلاله أسطح الرخام والكوارتز الطبيعية والمضغوطة والمصقولة. شركة الحطاب لمواد البناء، نقدم لعملائنا أجود وأرقى أنواع الأخشاب والأنابيب ومواد البناء من أجل بناء منازل عصرية، والتي يتم توريدها من أكبر الشركات العالمية. شركة الحطاب للخدمات الأمنية، تقدم خدمات وحلول أمنية كاملة إلى المؤسسات الحكومية والقطاع الخاص، ويعمل لدى الشركة فريق عمل على مستوى عال من التدريب. شركة تاتش للتنظيفات والضيافة والتجارة، تعتبر من إحدى الشركات الرائدة في تقديم خدمات النظافة والضيافة في دولة قطر، وتخدم الشركة عملائها على الصعيد الحكومي والسكني على حد سواء. الحطاب للعقارات، تقدم الحطاب للعقارات شتى فرص العقارات سواء على المستوى السكني أو التجاري، كما تساعد عملاؤها على الاستثمار في مجال العقارات. نيكست فيرز للمعارض والمؤتمرات، تقدم الشركة حلولاً جاهزة كاملة الخدمات إلى أصحاب المعارض الطامحين للاستفادة من فرص السوق الهائلة الموجودة في قطر. الحطاب للاستثمار، تضم الشركة حافظة أعمال تضم المشاريع الإعمارية والاستثمارات العقارية المدرة للدخل. الحطاب للمواد الغذائية، تقوم الشركة بتوزيع السلع الاستهلاكية والمنتجات ذات الجودة العالية، والتي تنفرد الشركة حصرياً بتقديمها. تحرص مجموعة الحطاب على تدشين برامج التحسين والتطوير المستمرة، بما يضمن التعامل مع مشاريع العملاء على النحو الأمثل، بالإضافة إلى التقييم الدوري لجودة منتجاتها ومشروعاتها وفقاً لاحتياجات العملاء والمنتجات الأخرى المطروحة في الأسواق. وضمان الالتزام التام بالمعايير ومواصفات المنتجات، واستمرار تحسين إدارة الجودة في عملياتها من خلال وضع ومراجعة الغايات والأهداف القابلة للقياس. الحطاب القابضة.
Yes, hello and welcome back. Hello everyone and welcome back. Okay, we are going to have Ibtihal Riyami for now, General Manager, Organizational Planning, Oman. She's going to discuss with us and present to us inclusion of Gen Z in Workspace.
Hello, everyone. I'm not sure if the presentation is showing.
Good afternoon, Ibtihal. Most welcome. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank
So
you
happy
very
to
much.
have you here. Yes, please. Well, if it's not opening, starting from your side, we can help through our team here.
Yes, I believe maybe it would be best.
Okay,
if,
yes,
it was
IT team,
shared.
please, can we help Ms. Ibtihal, please? Thank you so much for coming, Ms. Ibtihal.
Thank you very much. Okay, to start with, today, I'll introduce you to myself. My name is Ibtihal Mohammed Riyami. I come from Omantel. Omantel is one of the telecom companies in Oman. It was established in the 70s. I will be speaking today about a journey that we took last year, which is about the inclusion of Generation Z in the workplace. Now, I am aware that the topic of generational gaps or generational characteristics opens a lot of debates and discussions. Some agree that there is some value characteristics that comes across generations, and some think that this is considered a stereotype. However, I will start with saying why did we do this at the beginning, and then take you through the process that we took in order to include this generation in Omantel. In this presentation, there will be short videos that were intended to be presented to present the public with this initiative. However, sorry for the non-Arabic speakers, it's in Arabic, but I'm sure you'll get the essence through the non-verbal language. So if we can go to the next slide, please.
اسمي ضياء الرزاقي من جيل زد.
اسمي محمد اليعقوبي وأنا من جيل زد.
اسمي تسنيم البحري وأنا من جيل زد.
Next slide, please. Okay, so why Gen Z, and what were we looking when we started this initiative? As we are all aware that this generation is born with technology. They are digital native. They think digitalization whenever a challenge comes into their mind. So we wanted to include that perspective within Omantel. They have a unique perspective, especially when it comes to the segment, which is the youth segment, which they represent and they are close to and work with or studied with and interacted with strongly. We wanted that young energy in Omantel. And we also wanted people to challenge the status quo. So one of the characteristics that we were selecting when we were looking for this group of people is that we wanted non-conformance. We wanted people who would actually challenge a process or challenge a decision that comes in place. And we wanted to create change makers within the organization. And we wanted them also to collaborate together in terms of learning, not only together, also with the rest of the organization and the rest of the generation. So that were the main characteristics. And maybe the starting point that we started with is we identified that we have a shortage in that group of people or that age gap within Omantel. So we wanted to start from that perspective. Next slide, please. The selection process is a very important process in all of this, because if you don't select the right people, you will not end up with the right results that you're looking for. So it started, we wanted to select selectively. So we sourced the CVs or the candidates through the universities and colleges directly, and through even the different sources that provide us people who studied outside of Oman. So we got a good number of candidates to start with, which we took them initially into an initial interview, just to sense if they have the capabilities and the behaviors that we're looking for. Following that, we did a psychometric assessment that, of course, validates the results that we're looking for, or the characteristics that we're looking for. And it ended up with a final presentation. The final presentation was presented to the interview panel, which included people from the function themselves, in order for us to get the buy-in from them. We want them to see the candidates available out there and select the cream that will actually deliver the objective of this program. To point out also that we did not limit ourselves to a certain specialization. We wanted people across different specialization, and we did that. So neither specialization or GPA were something that we selected through this process. Next slide. We ended up with 25 candidates. These candidates were the first batch of Generation Z in Omantel. They were diverse, but yet have the capabilities and characteristics that we were looking at. And we believe they were the cream of the cream. And we started the journey. So if you play the video, please.
نحن دفعة برنامج جيل زد 2020 مر علينا 366 يوم 8784 ساعة سنة من كتابة وعروض اجتماعات تخطيط وأشغال متنوعة. ما كلها شغل طبعا، كان فيها شوية شاي وقهوة. توقعنا أن العمل يكون مكتبي كالعادة، لكن اضطرينا نكمل عن بعد. وعلى كبر التحدي ما وقفنا، اكتسبنا مهارات جديدة، اضطرينا نتخذ قرارات صعبة، صنعنا أثر، كسبنا ثقة أكثر، تعلمنا نكون قد المسؤولية، وطبعاً رفعنا سقف طموحاتنا. في الملخص هالسنة بنينا فيها وبنت مستقبلنا، واليوم نفتخر بمشاريعنا وبصمتنا وتخرجنا. انت الغد.
Next slide, please. Okay, so when talking about the journey, we need to realize that it started with us planning it by the end of 2019. However, we started in the first quarter of 2020, and then COVID happened. So it really shifted the plan of us having face-to-face conversations or face-to-face trainings with these people, on-the-job trainings. And we had to really be agile in order to deliver the same expected outcomes with this change that happened. And I think that was a great learning opportunity, both for the team and for us in Omantel. So as I said, this group of 25 graduates were planned to be in the commercial function, meaning marketing, Marcom, digital, enterprise sales, and consumer sales. The objective is that we want them to be part of the team, so they learn the day-to-day activities that happens and the actual work that goes around these functions. However, we wanted them also to submit a final year project, which would result in a new product or a change that happened. So they would actually train, and at the same time have at the back of their mind that they will need to implement a change in that function. Along with that, there were online trainings that they were offered as again, COVID forced us to move everything that we used to plan for face-to-face or classroom trainings into online learning, which was a very good opportunity for them to learn the behavior of taking online classes. They were assigned mentors, and these mentors were head of functions, GM level. And the objective of those or the tasks of these mentors is to guide them through the projects and through the learning, on-the-job learning they had every quarter. They were asked to rotate to different functions. So they were not placed in one place. No, they were moving around the functions in order for them to have a holistic idea of what happens in the commercial function. There was also close interactions with the top management, the CEO, the CCO, and the CPO. In fact, for their project evaluation, the CPO and the CCO were there to evaluate their project and challenge them and really treat them as experienced members of the group. And there were also open sessions with them for them to voice out whatever they have. And these sessions were very important to us because they helped us alter whatever we need to do, change our plans if it's needed, add an additional part if it's needed. They were also having a lot of team building activities within them, so they could actually learn from each other and create this group that learns from each other, even if not today, in the future. Another important element was the performance monitoring. An important note also is they were not promised a job. So they joined this initiative as trainees, and they were not promised a job. We said, we don't know. It could happen if your performance was great, and it could not happen. So there is no promises. So the performance process of performance monitoring was very important because it allowed us to help them develop their skills as they go. So they don't just get the results at the end of the program saying, you did so and so. Rather, they will get continuous feedback on their performance, and they were coached on how to improve them and what, if there were any challenges, how they could overcome them. Next slide, please. The impact. Now, there are some visible impacts that we could really, tangible ones that we could really feel proud about because they ended up being product or process improvements that were in the company. However, I think the bigger impact is beyond that. It is the learnings and the value that they gave to Omantel and we gave them as individuals. So when we talk about the tangible impact, we had a couple of projects that were implemented. We had a value-added service that was implemented due to their recommendation and proposal. There was a lot of chatbot enhancement that was done through them. They have run a customer experience focus groups, which we do regularly in order for us to understand our customers. So it was good to engage them in these focus groups with their perspective. They have also introduced an enterprise product specified for SMEs. They have also enhanced our complaint tracking system. And in many of our market communication campaigns, they were part of it and they were contributed immensely in there. The non-tangible impact was it is important to say that by the end of the journey, 21 of these 25 people joined Omantel as employees. So we gained members to the family who are energetic, who are ready to make change within the organization, who are committed and accountable, who are holistic in terms of their understanding of the different business functions. That's the benefit to Omantel. And of course, the benefit to them is their capability of actually having developed through that year And 4 of these people who didn't make it to Omantel actually joined other companies before the end of the program. So I'm sure that also contributed to their success in getting these jobs. They really transformed from where they were and where they are, and you can visibly see it in their discussions, in their even contribution to their functions. Next, please. So what's next? Due to the success that happened in 2020, we wanted to continue this journey again. So in 2021, we duplicated or went again into another journey of inclusion, the inclusion of Gen Z into Omantel. This time we did the selection a bit differently. We started with opening up the opportunity for anyone to apply. So the pool of candidates was bigger. The selection process, in the selection process, we partnered with a company that provides AI solutions in terms of assessment, assessing the tele or the video interviews. So that helped us a lot in sifting the 1,500 candidates. And then they went through the similar process that went later. The assessment, the psychometric assessment, and the interviews at the end. We ended up with 65 fresh graduates. This time, the focus was different a little bit. They were distributed across the organization in technical functions and support functions such as HR and finance and corporate security. So managing it is not going to be, I'm foreseeing that managing such a diverse group will not be easy. However, we're up to the challenge and we'll learn across this year, inshallah. They will be given, of course, some specialized training due to the specialized nature of their specialization. They will also go through similar programs of behavioral training. They will have the same rotation process and mentoring process that we had before. And we hope that through this, we will get a good journey of learning along this year. The final video, please.
تتذكروا أول يوم في برنامج جيل زد؟ كنت متحمسة ألف.
كنا داخلين ورا بعض لأن كل واحد ما عارف وين المكان، فكل واحد يحتمي بالثاني.
ما أنسى في أول لقاء مع الرئيس التنفيذي لما قال لنا
اسأل ولك صلاحية التغيير. من هني عرفت إن عندنا الضوء الأخضر للتجديد.
مرة من المرات واحد من رؤساء التنفيذيين قال لي أنت على غلط، وأنا كنت مصر إني أنا الصح. قال لي نتلاقى بعد الميتينج، وبالفعل بعد الميتينج تلاقينا وطلعت أنا الغلط.
تتدرب في زمن الكورونا.
لا وبعد أونلاين.
تخيل نفسك إنك تكون مشغول وإنت في البيت.
التجربة معاكم كانت جدا ناجحة وتفوقت على كل توقعاتنا. لذلك قررنا نوسع نطاقات التدريب مع شباب مليانين طاقة ومليانين حماس.
أتمنى لكم التوفيق في هذا البرنامج. البرنامج راح يغير كثير من قناعاتكم،
لأنك راح تتعاون وتتشارك مع طاقات محلية وخبرات عالمية.
واستغلوا كل يوم تتعلموا فيه شيء جديد، ومهما يكون في ضغط عندكم استمتعوا باللحظة اللي انتم فيها.
So this was our journey in Omantel. Thank you very much, and I'm open if you have any questions.
Oh, thanks to you, dear Ibtihal. It was amazing. Thank you so much. You did a great job. Well, the first question would be, how did the training process continue during the pandemic? Your microphone is muted. If you'd like to unmute yourself. Thank you.
You know, I will talk first about the organization in general.
Sure.
Of course, we had, at the beginning of the year, we had a very full training programs that we wanted to deliver during that year. So the minute we knew that that would not be possible, we started engaging with online learning platforms that could provide us this opportunity. So when that happened, we also engaged the Generation Z into these programs too. So they were able to shift the planned classroom training into the online training too.
Great. Well, what do you think is the new normal in the HR industry? What are the strategies you suggest?
I think if COVID taught us anything this year, it would be that agility is a very important capability that we need to have within our industry, specifically in the telecom industry, because technology change at a blink of an eye. So that would be something that's very important. One thing for HR professionals, I think what's important is that we need to be updated about what's happening in the world. We need to be data driven. I know HR are always considered touchy-feely people, so so they're caring, and they care about people, and they deliver their services from the angle of care. However, embedding data into your decision making is very important, because it actually speaks to the business better.
Sure. Thank you. Well, what does workplace diversity mean to you?
Well, I think it goes without saying that when you have a diverse group of people, innovation surge in an organization. Different groups of people bring different ideas, brings different point of views to a problem that you face. So if you don't have it within the workplace, you will be always looking at a problem from one perspective. So it's very important that you always look at your data and look at how diverse is your organization. Think about initiatives that would enhance your diversity, and bringing them on, so you could actually implement these initiatives and bring these ideas into place.
Great. Okay, before I continue to my next question, we have from Amanda White to Ibtihal. How much time did the program take?
It was a one-year program. Of course, there was a couple of months that we took in order to select before the program started, but they started in mid of March, and they ended the program this year, mid of March.
Oh, cool. All right. And same from Amanda, how long were the special projects?
The projects were submitted every quarter. So when they were rotated into a function, they were asked to look at problems in that function and bring up product suggestions, do their research, and present their ideas at the end of that quarter.
Excellent. And what do you think Gen Z is looking for in their employers?
I think I'm a firm believer that every individuals have their own plans and their own career, but I think in general, flexibility is something that generally employees are looking for. And I think it was very clear this year that organizations who offered that kind of flexibility were the organizations that were that created motivation within their function. The organization that stuck to its old ways and did not really engage in allowing flexibility for their teams did not result well at the end of the year.
Cool, great. Well, Martin here says Gen Z tends to get bored and switch companies quickly. How do you plan to engage the Gen Z staff in future personal development and retain them in the business?
A very good question. When we started the journey, a big question was thrown at us in HR. So you are bringing 25 people, we're paying them allowances across the year. So what if they left? Our objective was that these people who will leave will be good ambassadors for our company. So we said, fine, let them leave, as long as they leave to a job. They don't leave just because they're bored. If they're bored, then it means there's something that we need to do internally, to change, to amend, to help them.
Exactly.
We expect that some will not continue the journey with us in Omantel. However, we are trying to engage them in a lot of initiatives that comes, especially the ones that are across the board and not specifically in their function. So they get that challenging parts, or the change in way of thinking, their involvement in, for example, two of them were engaged in our corporate management meeting that we have every quarter. They were the MCs over there, so they were very happy to be part of that initiative. Soon we are creating a shadow management meeting, where it will consist of not only this group of Gen Zs, but any people who are part of that age group. And we're going to allow them to actually challenge the business when there is a decision that needs to be taken.
Excellent. Great. Wow, that's interesting. And as HR professionals, what do you think we should learn from the Gen Z?
I think the first step is that we need to listen.
Mm-hmm.
We need to they come they come with a lot of expectations.
Sure.
And what we like to say as maybe senior members of the organization, that they are entitled, but I think that's not always the case. I think they have a lot of ideas that at their age group, and we were all there one day, want to implement and want to create that change in the world. So we need to channel that energy into the right place and make sure that that energy is actually productive and actually results in something that is beneficial for both the organization and the individuals themselves.
Absolutely great. Well, Ibtihal, what are common misconceptions people have of millennials? How can we combat these misconceptions and communicate more effectively?
I think I just maybe briefly talked about it in the previous questions, which is basically listening. I think I'm a strong believer that although there's maybe certain characteristics that comes across a certain generation, but I think as humans, we all want the same thing. We want to be productive. We want to really deliver something with passion. So if we listen to what people want and try to engage them and engage their passion and their capabilities in the right place, we will gain more from them. So the misconception that they're entitled, the misconception that their example that they get bored, the misconception that they don't have respect, all of this different comments that comes from seniors to this generation, I think needs to stop, and we need to start listening to them a bit more.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you. Well, as an expert in managing successfully Gen Z in your organization, what is your advice to other HR directors?
Planning any such program is very important from the beginning. You need to make sure that you don't include them in the organization without having a proper plan for them, because they could end up being just another resource sitting there doing a specific task, rather than getting the value out of them through rotating them or through exposing them to different projects. Along with planning, you also need to be flexible, because time change and things can come through your way, and you've planned for something and the result is not the same. So be ready to always amend the plan as you go. Amend the plan as you listen to them, because something that we might have planned in the thinking that it's beneficial for them might result in something totally different. So continuous sessions with them and learning from them is also important for you to have a proper, successful program at the end.
Great. Actually, I would love to know how many HR professionals are involved in managing such a Gen Z program.
The project manager for the group was a 28-year-old HR professional. She was the one who's engaging with them directly on a day-to-day basis and managing them. Our other HR professionals that were there are just guiding her along. Yes, there was a group of experts who were helping her, but the main person, and I would like to thank her here, Khulud, if she's listening. Thank you, Khulud, for being a wonderful Gen Z representative.
Excellent. Well done. Well, actually, same here from our managing country manager, Mr. Shanawaz. I also like to ask, what's your expectation for the next few years coming next few years?
In the HR field, you mean?
Yes.
Yes. What is my expectation? I think a lot of HR professional will start embedding data into their decision making. It's becoming inevitable. Data analytics is going to be something that is strongly used in HR, or at least that's the dream. Flexibility also, I think we would need to learn from what COVID has taught us. So flexibility is something that's important to be also, that I expect will happen in the future.
And your advice for the young generations, because we just have like half a minute, your advice for the young generations?
Be ready to learn.
Okay.
Expect that things are not the way that you expect them to be, and take challenges.
Ibtihal, thank you so much. You did really great. It was amazing. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you
very
much.
We are going now to host Professor Guido Gianasso, PhD Doctor, Leadership and Cultural Intelligence Expert, HEC Paris. Good afternoon, Mr. Professor Guido. Hello there. Yes, Professor, yes, it's unmuted now. How are you today?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you for
inviting. I'm so happy to have you with us. So please have the microphone. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Do you need any help? Any technical help?
No, are you going to introduce me?
Professor Guido, do you need? Yes, Professor Guido, you may start. Do you need any help from our side? Do you need to present your?
All is good, thank you. We have a wonderful team here.
Thank you so much. Good luck. See you.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Very happy to be here with you today. We are going to spend around 20 minutes together talking about millennials and the millennial challenge. Why millennials are a challenge for other generations and for leaders who are born 10 or 20 years before them. As soon as I have the slide, I will be able to move on. Thank you. All right. So let me give you a definition of who are millennials. Millennials is a generation that includes those who are born roughly between 1981 and 1996. There are discussions around the exact start, but basically there is agreement that this is more or less the period that is covered by this group. So we are talking about those who are now anywhere between 28 and 38 to 40 years old. They follow Generation X, and they precede this new and mysterious generation, which is called Generation Z. So, what is the way to look at millennials, to try to understand this very large group? And I will suggest that we look at millennial from a cultural group. Millennials are actually a cultural group. So let me give you a slightly broader perspective. When we talk about the way we think, feel, we behave, there are two main drivers of our thoughts and our behaviors. On the one hand, there is personality. If you want to use the Big Five model, there are the 5 personality traits. So we are born and we become more or less introvert, extrovert, agreeable, or other cultural traits. So personality is an important element that drives thoughts and behavior. On the other hand, if I can have the slides, that would be wonderful. On the other hand, there is the cultural dimensions. And when we talk about cultural dimensions, we don't only refer to national culture. We all tend to think about national culture, right? But there are actually more dimensions, or if you prefer, more spheres of culture. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next, please. So there are different spheres of culture. So we are Indians. We may be from Kerala, but we also work in a given industry, let's say financial services. We have a professional and functional background. We have studied economics. We are auditors. And there is a corporate background. If you've been working for HCBC, for years, of course, the HCBC corporate culture will influence the way we think, we feel, and we behave. However, next, please. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I don't have the full control of the slides. On top of the spheres of these spheres of culture, there are two additional spheres that are very important. Generation, and we are going to focus on the generational sphere of culture. And then there is gender. We are being men or women. And gender is something that my colleague, Professor Shahina, will cover shortly after me. So stay with me. We are going to focus on the generational sphere of culture. So again, millennials are a cultural group. What does it mean? Can I have the next slide, please? All right. I hope you can see it. I wanted to start with a small challenge. If we go back, I picked this 2017 Accenture study, which is quite interesting. And Accenture in the study asks hundreds of CEO of investment banks, what's your major concern? You know, if you look at the future, what's your major issue? What do you see as the main obstacle between you and the development of your business? And for CEOs of investment banks, you would expect blockchain or data management or digital disruption. Well, that's not the case. The CEOs of investment bank tell us that their main concern is the work of the future. Basically, are millennials, the way they behave, their career aspirations, their values, their interaction with the rest of the environment. What are the characteristics of millennials today? And there is a general convergence of research around the conclusions in this area. I will need the next slide, please. There is an agreement, basically, that millennials have three priorities at work. Around 40% of them put at the very, very top of their expectations having interesting and challenging work, having work which is meaningful, having tasks that make sense, that allow them to broaden their horizon, to learn, to grow. 37% put at the top flexible work hours, right? The possibility to have a work-life balance. And a significant portion focus on opportunities for rapid advancement. So the older generation tend to see a tension, a potential contradiction, let me put it this way, between, of course, flexible work hours and work-life balance and opportunities for rapid advancement. So these are the aspirations. These are the career preferences. Next slide, please. Now let's look at millennials from a cultural viewpoint. And this is where our analysis becomes hopefully quite interesting. Now, when we look at national cultures, we basically see that there are two important cultural dimensions. One is the individualism, as opposed as collectivism, and the other one is power distance, which indicates the degree to which the group accepts that power is distributed unequally. Well, if you look at this chart, you will see basically North European, Central European countries as being very small power distance, if you prefer non-hierarchical, and very individualistic. On the opposite side of the spectrum, you have a group of clients which are very large power distance and highly collectivist. And then you have France and a few French-rooted countries which are a little bit an exception because they are individualistic but quite high power distance. Now, if you look at Qatar, the average of the Qatari population, as well as people from the Gulf in general, UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, these are groups that are large power distance, very respectful of authority, very hierarchical in their thinking, and also very collectivistic. The family, the enlarged family, the clan are very important. This is the average population. But it's interesting now for us to look at millennials from Qatar. And here I would like to share with you a little study that we did at HEC on our Qatari participants. I will need the next slide, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'm going to show you in a few seconds, as soon as the team will be able to show and share with you the slide, that the young generation of Qatari professionals are actually much more individualistic and lower power distance than their respective national group. Could we have the slide, please? All right, so you have to trust me on this one. Again, they are much more individualistic and lower power distance. That creates a tension between, thank you. I will wait the slide because it's really important that you can connect my words with, no, that's the slide before, thank you. No, that's the slide before. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. There are some technical problems here.
All thanks to you, Professor Guido.
Yes, I'm really sorry because this is the heart of my message.
No worries. Enjoy.
I hope that the team will be able to show the slide. It should be slide number 6 or 7. Thank you for your patience.
Sure, we will. Absolutely.
Can we please go to slide number? Okay. No. I have to admit, this is the most challenging presentation I ever made. Can we please go to slide 6 or 7?
Yes, team, please. This is 7. Let's go to slide 6, the one before this one. This is the one before that one, Professor Guido.
Right, I need to move on. Can we go to the next slide, please?
Number 7 then. Okay, number 7. Team, please. Yes, this is the one.
Yeah, next one.
Okay, 8.
Can we move on to the next slide? Okay. Next one, please.
9.
Thank you.
Slide 19, please.
All right, can we move on to the next one? All right.
10.
So this is what I was saying before. You have Qatar, high power distance and collectivistic. And then you have much more individualistic and lower power distance, what we call the QEMBA. These are the Qatari participants to our EMBA, as well as the Qatari participant to our master program. So that gives you a sense of the distance in cultural terms before the younger generations and their older parents and the national group. That has a lot of implications, of course, because it means that young Qataris, Qatari millennials, see the world, see the organization, see the priorities, have shared values, which are very different from those of their parents, right? And this is not only true for young Qataris, for Qatari millennials. It is also true for Chinese millennials, for Singaporean millennials, from Bahraini millennials. This is the generation of gap. I focus specifically on power distance and collectivism because these are probably the two most important cultural dimensions. But there are other two that would be worth to explore had we more time. So the very root of the tension between older and younger generations is here. It's in this slide. Because young millennials, whether Qatari or Chinese, are much closer to the values, the cultural dimensions of their friends, millennials in Europe and North America, than they are to the values and the cultural dimensions of their own parents. I hope that's clear. We can move on to the next slide, please. All right, so let me try to summarize here. What about millennials in sum? Millennials represent 50% of the workforce today, and they are going to be 75% of the workforce in 2025. As I said before, they are a cultural group. They have similar values and career aspirations across countries. Again, they tend to be much more individualistic and lower power distance than their parents, and they converge towards more Western cultural models. And this is consistent with the theory, which is called theory of economic development, that suggests that the higher the income, the more individualistic and lower power distance the group is, the national culture becomes. Having said all that, it is still important to notice that Qataris millennials are closer to their Western counterpart, but still there is quite a significant difference between them and Western millennials when it comes to dimensions such as power distance, masculinity, and individuals. Can we move on? Okay, what can we do now that we know what the root of the tension is? What can we do to attract and motivate millennials? Well, I've taken a number of suggestions that actually come from Forbes 2017, explaining the company vision, prioritize community service, develop in between steps and titles, because again, millennials tend to prefer clear career paths, the sense of progressing, so having more steps and titles help. Encouragement and regular feedback, the importance of giving them the feeling that they progress, feedback on their performances, clear developmental plan. Flexibility, having this work-life balance, as I said before, is very important. Education and professional development, extremely important for all millennials around. Broadening their horizon, learning fast, having a sense of professional development is extremely important. By the way, research tells us that this is even more important for women than for men. And time for personal projects. Again, the possibility to contribute to society, bigger picture, greater good is important for them. So giving them some space where they can innovate, try new things is very important. On my side, I added a new dimension, which is select them well. This is very important for companies, for CHRO. If we want to have a consistent, coherent, effective corporate culture, we need to be sure that we bring in new members of the community whose culture is somehow compatible with what we have internally. So if we work in corporate environments, which are, let's say, highly collectivistic, it is important that we make sure we bring in, to the extent we can, and still preserving some diversity, millennials who can live with a collectivistic working environment. Because of course, if we bring in a millennial who is extreme in individualism, this person will struggle. And ultimately, he may not survive in a culture that he perceives as too different from his or her own set of values. Can we move on, please, to the next slide? All right. In addition to the point I made before, I would like to give you a couple of best practices that are born in the West, in the US, but are becoming increasingly popular around the world. Shadow boards is the first. What is shadow boards? Shadow boards is the idea of creating informal boards of millennial, high potential millennial professionals who advise the CEO, who advise the other members of the board, the senior management team on new technologies, new horizon, new consumer goods. So this group acts really as a sounding board, as a group of people that help the senior management team to prepare the organization for the future. Because nobody better than the new generations understand where the world is moving, what the implication of new technologies are, and so on and so forth. And the second interesting best practice is about reverse mentoring, right? What is reverse mentoring? Well, easy to understand. It's about changing the flow. In the past, we typically have the habit to offer young high potential the mentoring of a senior executive manager, somebody with a lot of experience who can help them to grow, to learn, and to move faster. Now we are reversing the flow. Reverse mentoring is the idea of giving senior executive a mentor who is actually a younger, much younger professional. I know it sounds provocative. For some of us, it's difficult to accept the idea that somebody who may be of the age of our son or of our daughter is actually our mentor. I tell you the words. I also started doing myself. I use my daughter. My daughter is 29. She has finished an MBA, and she offered to mentor me. At the beginning, I react by saying, "Hey, how do you dare?" Right? I should be the one who tells you what the world is about. But on a second thought, I say, why not? And I tell you that having a high potential, which is 20 or 30 years younger, does give us a terrific opportunity to understand where the world is going, new generations, new technology, because ultimately, millennials are our clients, our employees, our future leaders. Right? And nobody better than one of them can help us to understand. I think I've finished. Can we move to the next line? Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it's the time for you to ask me questions. Feel free, and I will be happy to address them. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Guido. It was great. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Yes. We do have here from Mr. Gianasso from MSI. What aspects do we need to look into while hiring millennial? Professor Guido, can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Hello? Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gallini.
All thanks to you. It was amazing. Thank you so much. Well, we have a question from Mr. Gianasso from MSI. What aspects do we need to look into while hiring millennial?
Absolutely. The answer is definitely we should move ahead from the old habit, which is having a nice chat, right? An open interview, because that's not enough. When we interview millennials, we should look at two important things. One, some companies do it already. It's about understanding their personality, right? To which extent are they open to experience? To which extent are they introvert or extrovert? And again, this is something that many companies do already. Please do it, continue to do it. But the additional dimension is, please look at their culture. Are they high power distance? Are they individualistic or collectivistic, right? Are they more masculine or more feminine? Because these are important things. These are things that will drive the way they behave in organizations. And as I said before, if you are working in a highly collectivistic organization and we hire a millennial who's extremely individualistic, and again, the majority of millennials tend to be individualistic, that person will suffer and ultimately will. So looking at culture is definitely a priority.
Great. Professor Guido, how does reverse mentoring work?
Yeah, reverse mentoring, as I mentioned before, is really about getting the young, high potential millennials who work as a mentor towards the older leader, right? So the older leader learn from the young millennial about new technologies, about new development, about the way millennials think and feel, about what to do from a strategic, from a marketing, from a sales group, right? That's in a nutshell, reverse mentoring.
Okay, great. Should we measure the cultural dimensions before hiring a candidate?
The short answer, Dr. Gallini, is yes, we should. I know not many organizations are doing it, but definitely, and it's not difficult. There are tests, there are psychometrics available, they're not expensive. It's just about the organization having the awareness that this is important, and a few minutes to spend in order to get results that will ultimately help the organization itself, its HR department, to make the right choice.
Great, thank you. Are millennials in the Gulf and Asia very different from millennials in Europe?
They are different. They are, as I said before, they are much closer to millennials in Europe and in the States than their parents.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Much closer. They are somehow in between, right? And this is again the theory of economic development. More income, better education, more exposure to travel and to the world bring groups to move in the direction of more individualism and lower power. This is what happens. And this is what's happening in Asia too, right? When we see what's happening in Myanmar, in Thailand, in Hong Kong, right? This is about new generations having a different set of values. Sure. Expecting more personalized care, not accepting anymore the very top-down and autocratic style that characterize some government. So that's something that not only companies, but universities and government have to deal with.
Absolutely. Professor Guido, what are the motivating factors for the millennial workforce? What do they value?
I think I mentioned before, but let me repeat it. It's a good question. They value impact. They value meaningful tasks. They value to have the opportunity to contribute. I have so many young Qataris who come to me and say, Professor, the salary is great, the conditions are good, but I want to be able to have an impact, to make a difference, right? And then again, we know that work-life balance is important, as well as this learning. New generation millennials want to have opportunities to learn because they have realized that the world is moving so fast, right? And they have realized that their parents were not fast enough. We are not fast enough in that time. We are striving.
Absolutely. Professor, just the last one, because we still have only like less than 2 minutes. What are the traits and quality of the millennial employee compared with the sensational?
Yeah, again, it's a great question. Millennial employees are usually eager to learn. They are usually technological savvy. They are usually more open to the world. They have a better global mindset than their parents. They are usually more flexible. They accept to work on multiple projects. They're not expecting life positions, but they understand that life is made of a series of projects. So these are some of the advantages. The disadvantages are the dark side of the advantages, right? Being sometimes short-term, not being always willing to invest.
Excellent, Professor Guido. So sorry to interrupt you for the last one from Sarah Al-Rahim. Can power distance orientation be changed, and how? How do you assess us for? Because we have few seconds only. Thank you so much.
Power distance can evolve, right? But it's not something that changes overnight. If we go and live for 5 years in the US, or for 5 years with an American company, it's very likely that our power distance will be right? If, on the other end, we go and live in China for 5 years, it's very likely that our power distance will go up because culture evolves based on the environment conditions. Dr. Galini, I think this is all because I cover.
Exactly, Professor Guido, thank you so much. It was really amazing. Have a great day. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Looking forward to see you as soon as possible. Have a great day. Thank you, Professor. Thanks a lot. Thank you. And welcome to Dr. Shahina. Dr. Shahina Janwa Jivraj, Associate Professor from HAC Paris. Good afternoon. Professor, yes, you're muted. Hello?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon to you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
We are so happy to have you today with us. Please, good luck for your presentation. Do you need any technical support from our side?
I think I'm okay. I'm just going to make sure that I have the clicker.
Okay, your presentation is presented now. It's online.
Great.
And we will support you for any help. Thank you so much, Professor. See you.
Great.
Good luck.
Thank you so much, Dr. Galini. It's such a pleasure to be with all of you this afternoon. And we've been following the conference, and we know you've had some really fascinating and interesting sessions. And on the back of the presentation from my colleague, I'm going to deep dive with you and talk about gender, why it's important and why it's particularly important when we think about innovation, which we know is so important for organizations today. Just a little bit about me. I am very new to Doha. I've been here for 2 months. I have a lot of experience working in the field of innovation and gender. And I have worked with companies all over the world and organizations all over the world and publish books in this area and also write reports. So what I bring to you today is a combination of academic expertise and also the experience of actually working with HR directors, with L&D directors, and helping them to think about how they can make their organizations more inclusive and more impactful for particularly around gender. So let's start off actually with a really important question. Why is innovation so important today? And it's something we see matters to every single organization. They talk about it, it's on their websites, it's part of the big vision. I think we can all say, having experienced the last year, the last 15 months, in fact, we are facing challenges that are completely unprecedented. And I know it sounds like a cliche, but at the end of the day, what we have faced due to the pandemic and the ongoing waves of the pandemic as it varies, we don't always have the solutions in our back pocket. Prior to that, we also had changes coming to us because of technology, because of the growth around artificial intelligence. And what we may have done 5 years ago, even 10 years ago, even 3 years ago, it's no longer relevant to us today. We've really had to innovate. We've had to move very, very quickly to find different ways to do things. But here's the thing, in order to think differently, we need to behave differently. And we then need to think about what's going on within our teams. So as Einstein said, craziness is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And one of the things that we know really makes a difference when we look at innovation is diversity. So this is a study from Boston Consulting Group. It was published in 2016. And it really shows the correlation and a positive correlation between diversity in teams and innovation and the performance around innovation. And we'll deep dive into this in a moment. But what you can see, and there were 100 companies that were measured on this and demonstrated diversity. The more diverse they are using the bottom index, the better their performance in terms of innovation. Now, at this point, you'll be thinking, okay, so what are we talking about in terms of innovation? My colleague Guido has just talked to you about millennials, huge issues there around cultural differences and how you layer those. So if we deeper dive into the same study from BCG, we see there are 4 factors that really impact innovation and can actually bolster innovation. First one is industry background. And again, we're seeing that more and more as individuals shift, take their skills with them from one industry to another. Clearly, you start benefiting from cross-fertilization of ideas and thinking. Interestingly, number 2 is about country of origin. So that's when you start thinking about ethnic diversity, racial diversity, and how you bring those different levels of cultural behavior and attitudes into the mix. Career path, you can see how that fits in because it's very much aligned to industry background. The one I want to focus on is gender, because gender is incredibly high. It's not very high, but it is still high, and it's a really important element. And often when we work with companies or we're talking to organizations about diversity, gender is usually the easiest starting point because, well, let's face it, half of the global population is female. So when we think about this, particularly within Qatar, and we think about the very strong focus through the national vision and also around focusing on national talent, there is such an immense opportunity to harness the very high level of female education that we know exists within Qatar and think about how that provides a unique strength for organizations to develop and think and push ahead in innovation. So I'm going to share a few more stats around innovation and diversity because essentially when we do talk about diversity, it is quite difficult. And what we find again, if leaders are very clear on what the end goal is, then actually we shift away from why does diversity matter to, okay, how do we do this? How do we actually achieve this? And at the end of the day, really, for every organization, there's such a big emphasis on performance. So again, this is more research from Boston Consultancy Group. It was 2017 data. And if you look at the square on your left-hand side, you'll see there that where we start looking at innovation performance, we can see the impact around gender. So where you have female managers, there is a significant increase again in innovation revenue. Now, I labor this point because actually more and more research is starting to come out at the moment, and the caveat for this is it's very European-centric and very North American-centric, but we really do need to keep looking at collecting data around this space and actually unpicking what we mean in terms of diversity and how it underpins innovation. And here, the really important piece is it's not innovation for innovation's sake, but it is very much about generating innovation that's aligned to revenue and increasing revenues, which is ultimately what really matters. The next slide I'm going to show you is from McKinsey, and I think what's really interesting here, if you look at the left-hand side, we'll just focus on gender diversity. The piece here is you've got data from 2014, 2017, and 2019, and those top figures, 15%, 21%, 25%, show the likelihood of financial outperformance versus the national average. So in essence, what we're seeing here, as companies become more comfortable with incorporating gender diversity and actually embedding it within the culture of the organization, their performance compared to the national average increases substantially. So over the space of 5 years, companies that were more diverse had a 10% increase compared to those in 2014. So this is about learning how to be different. This is learning how to incorporate and adapt the culture of the organization to gender diversity, and actually over time seeing incremental benefits that are ultimately incredibly important for the organization. So I talk about the innovation triangle, and in order to get to innovation, we need cognitive diversity. And the focus on diversity that we're talking about today is very much around gender, and we've seen the reasons why. The piece that's missing in this is about inclusive leadership. And that's quite a big area. And a lot of you who are wearing your HR functions and roles will be thinking, yes, this is important. And we really need to start thinking about how we address this, because inclusive leadership is what allows you to take that talent that's sitting in the room and actually move it into creating innovation. Just because you've recruited 30%, 40% representation in a team, it doesn't automatically lead to innovation. There's a lot of work that needs to be done around this. And I'm going to share some of those thoughts with you now. So from a HR perspective, we need to think about this from different levels. Again, if you're working in the field, if you've started to address issues around gender diversity, you will know there's not one single thing you can do. It's multilateral. There are lots of things that need to work on. And I often say to companies, it's a bit like, you've got different cogs. You've got to bring all of those areas together. And you move one a little bit here, and then you move another one there, and then you go back and you move a bit more. And that's really what it's like. This isn't just a case of throwing leadership training, although that's an incredibly important part. But one thing on its own doesn't work. And so actually, we've got to think about the organization as a whole and think about how we create an ecosystem that enables and supports women to move into leadership roles. So the first area we look at is the hardwiring, thinking about the policies, and really within organizations, thinking about how those policies are aligned to legislation, and then also alignment to headquarters, particularly if you're working in the corporate sector and your headquarters are in another country. And again, what's very interesting and very exciting for us at the moment, we've just had this great conversation and opening up this conversation about flexible working and what this means for women, and then actually starting to have much wider conversations about what that means within the workplace and how we start to adjust to it. So when we think about policies, more often than not, they are usually very well thought through. The challenge comes into two things: whether or not they are implemented well, and then also when they are reviewed in order to ensure that they are up to date with what else is going on in the environment and in the wider community as well. And I think particularly on the back of this first wave of COVID over the last year, a lot of things have changed. We've all experienced working from home at different levels. We've all experienced the need to be flexible, and we're all thinking about work differently. So often we talk about companies building back better, and a big part of that is actually saying, what of our policies, which of our policies can we think about adapting and actually maybe needing change now in order to adjust to the new way of thinking. And again, this comes back very much to what Guido just talked about earlier in terms of cultural differences, millennial attitudes towards the workplace as well. So we know at an organizational level, policies are there, but actually the real challenge comes into how they're implemented. And at departmental level or functional level, how those policies are implemented, and then also the consistency around implementation. Who is accountable to ensure that the policies create an environment that's relatively equitable or equal for everyone? And then if we take it right down to the individual level, when you think about leaders, how involved are they in thinking about policies and their responsibility in thinking about how they ensure that their personal goals are aligned with the organizational goals and policies? So we can see, for example, that you will have HR leads, diversity and inclusion leads who will be really committed to bringing in gender diversity. And leaders will talk about this and say it's very important. And then when you start to push leaders and encourage them to think about what this means in terms of their own leadership, there can sometimes be a gap. And that's something we'll talk about when we talk about the soft wiring. So hard wiring is very much about the policies, the infrastructure. The soft wiring really dives into the behaviors and the culture. So when policies are put into place, how are they socialized within the organization? What respect is given in the application of policies to ensure that they are treated with respect? And again, everybody is subject to the policies in the same way. From there, we start thinking about, again, at functional and departmental level, normalizing these behaviors, setting norms, so that we start creating cultures that are more inclusive. More often than not, we find when we're doing work in this space that even within the same organization, you'll find some departments are very, very good at being inclusive and others still struggle with it. And it really does come down to the behavior and the attitudes of the leader and how they have internalized the policies and have recognized that this is particularly important to them. So often we say to organizations, you often have good practice around these areas within your organization. We can help you to find them, because once you recognize that, you see actually culturally it's not that difficult for us to achieve this. So as you're looking at this and thinking about it, I'm sure you're thinking about your own organizations and starting to map out what you're doing well and where there are opportunities to start developing this further. But the question I'm hoping you're thinking about now is, okay, this is all great at a very top level. What are the specific areas we need to focus on? Now, in 2015, I carried out some research with a colleague of mine, and we looked at women in organizations, so women across all types of organizations, corporate, public sector, government bodies, family businesses, and we were measuring what had been the enablers to get women into leadership. We all understand the challenges women face in terms of the glass ceiling, in terms of behavioral challenges, and we wanted to flip this and say, okay, we know there's a huge amount of research that talks about the challenges. Let's actually understand what enables women to move into leadership roles. And our research, which was based on female leaders from 53 countries, identified that there are 6 things organizations needed to do, 7 in fact, that organizations needed to do in order to create inclusive cultures for women to thrive. So the first one, if you look at this model, it's actually the grey ring around the outside of all these hexagons, which is about recruitment and putting processes in place that minimize and mitigate the bias in terms of the recruitment process, and ensuring that recruitment happens to create a merit-based and create an equal opportunity or even an equitable opportunity for recruitment. Then if we move along this, and I'll talk about each of these quite quickly, some I'll come back to in a bit more detail shortly. Stretch opportunities. And by stretch opportunities, I mean giving women the chance to step out of their comfort zone and take on a project or a role that is different to their day-to-day work. And this is so very important because we know from research that a big part of leadership and confidence is derived from self-efficacy. And self-efficacy happens when you stretch yourself and you're able to feel more confident about putting yourself out there. Now, from a HR perspective, what becomes really important is actually measuring this, keeping a track of who's applying and who is successful. Because what we found with a lot of organizations where there were these stretch roles and very exciting roles, the men would be applying for these roles and the women would be overlooked, or even if they did apply, the assumption was she's not really that, the women are not that comfortable or are ready to take on this opportunity. The next one is flexibility. I'll come to championing in a moment. The next one is flexibility, and this is very much even what we've just been talking about earlier. What provisions are in place for line managers to say, we can create a more inclusive culture, we can provide more flexibility in terms of working patterns, as long as you get the work done. We shift the behavior from presenteeism to productivity. So, if you're coming in later on in the day, that's absolutely fine, but this work needs to be done, and that's what we want to focus on. Critical mass of role models is something I'll come to shortly, but it is so incredibly important for women to look up and see women who are like them. And that's a really big piece from shifting from aspirational, which again is important, but to accessible role models. So they can look up and rather than saying, oh, but it's easy for this person, actually saying, if she can do it, then why not me? And that we've seen that in research around science attainment for women, and now with leadership attainment, it's so incredibly important. Networking opportunities. So again, within organizations, we often find networking works along senior leadership levels, or it's more horizontal. But if you go in and create vertical opportunities, so you cut across senior leadership, across the whole organization to newer recruits, you start to build this wonderful insight into what's going on across the organization and also provide the opportunity for building relationships. Now, tracking and measures are absolutely critical. And actually, unless data is collected and measured, it's very, very difficult to see where progress lies. And where we see the greatest progress happening within organizations and countries, the basis is what gets measured gets done. Now, the final one I wanted to talk about was championing and the need to build a diverse pipeline for leadership. So again, having senior leaders who support women is absolutely critical. I'm not going to go through this in too much detail, but this is based on the book we wrote on the back of the research, where we talk about the 5 pillars that provide enablers for women, but also can cause barriers, and we can talk about this later on. So one of the things I really want to highlight, and I think this is so incredibly important in terms of the progress that we're starting to see within Qatar, is actually the strength of role models. And this was a KPMG report that came out a few months ago and started to demonstrate the impact of diverse role models from different industries and different backgrounds. And this is what we need to see more of. So we're moving in this space, but we certainly need to see a lot more around this. And so as I finish off, just to remind you, there is a lot that needs to happen in this space. We need to think about the hardwiring and the policies, but really importantly, also thinking about the behaviors and the culture. And with that, I'm really pleased to finish off and open up the floor for questions. Dr. Ganini, back to you.
Yes, thank you so much, dear Professor Shahina. It was so great. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. We do have a few questions here. What are the potential steps HR leads can do to move forward?
So I'm going to come back to this slide because I think this is really important. As HR leads, you have the opportunity to bed down data collection and track what's going on. Engagement surveys are always an important step, but even, for example, measuring the proportion of women who are in different functions, doing some analysis as to who's stepping forward for promotions, who's stepping forward for stretch roles, and then actually who gets those roles, who's successful. When you have data, people pay attention. And if you then start to use that data to track progress, that's incredibly important because then you start to build other metrics and key performance indicators around it. So data is incredibly important. The other piece within HR is also, it's about bringing on senior leaders to champion women and to encourage senior leaders to take on the opportunity to spot talent, to bring it through, and to actually advocate for female talent. And we talk about championing as opposed to sponsorship, because sponsorship is quite transactional and it really focuses on the woman to push herself. But through championing, it's about senior leaders pulling talent through and working with HR, where HR leads and talent leads can say, here are the ones to watch, and we need to start providing them with more support to promote their careers. Dr. Ganini, that's a very brief response. There's a lot more to it, but that's certainly a starting point.
Thank you so much. It was perfect. Thank you so much, Professor. Okay, what are the key barriers facing women moving into leadership roles?
So I'm going to stay on this slide because I think there's a lot of misperception. There's a lot of research that does talk about the barriers facing women. We know attitudes are a really big issue in terms of how managers perceive the appetite of women to move into leadership roles. The culture of the organization, and particularly in terms of behaviors within teams, can be quite challenging. And there's been so much work done in this area, and not just identifying the barriers, but how you mitigate, how you deal with bias, for example. It's not one way. There are things women can do for themselves. This is about building leadership, building competence, really recognizing their responsibility in order to build their career path and to think about what they want to do. But if we talk about the external barriers, I've just mentioned, for example, the culture and behavior. The other one I'm just going to pick up here is hesitation, and it's about misperceptions or misunderstandings around how we see women. We often talk, for example, about women hesitating and not going for roles, and we'll talk about it from the perception of she's risk averse. So we'll often say, so-and-so won't go for a role because she is risk averse. But research actually shows women are not risk averse, but women do not like ambiguity. And we have some great data that talks to this now, because if you think about what happened last year during COVID, the countries that performed better in terms of death rates and handling COVID were countries that were run by women, had female leaders. Now, all leaders last year had access to pretty much the same information. So it wasn't as though certain countries had access to more information than others. And what we saw with those female leaders, they were willing to take risks based on the information they had and action within their company, within their countries to deal with COVID. So it's not about risk aversion, it's about ambiguity. If a woman doesn't understand what conditions are going to be put in place for her to get a promotion, she won't go for it. And if we start to understand the nuanced behavior in more detail, then HR and managers can start to create a more nuanced and a more supportive environment to actually help women move into leadership roles.
Okay, great. Well, what are the most critical changes that we must make to face the future effectively? Sorry.
That's a huge question, Dr. Galini, but I think the big ones, again, if we go back to this, the big ones that we know where we can start, if you were saying to me, where do we prioritize? Data, data, data. And I know you'll say, well, she would say that she's a professor, and she's an academic. But actually, again, I can say to you, and I can give you so many examples where organizations have brought in measurements for data or measures and tracking, it holds everybody accountable. So data is absolutely critical. And the other one is about increasing the presence of role models, getting your role models out normalizes women in leadership roles. And having a wider diversity of female leaders is absolutely crucial to move these conversations forward.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, Professor, what does work-life balance mean when the two are intertwined now more than ever?
Okay, so I have a very personal reaction to this. You see, I think work-life balance actually is a very loaded statement. And I think when we talk about it, we are assuming that women, because it's more often than not, it's women who are asked this question rather than men or male colleagues. There is then pressure put on women to create a balance. And that means balancing the work, the domestic roles and responsibilities and work responsibilities. And actually, the way I like to think about this, it's about flow. There are periods where you are so very busy with family and domestic responsibilities, and then the work becomes busy. You just have to moderate and adjust what you're doing and use more support to do that and get through a busy period at work and then you carry on. Again, we have all gone through this during COVID, and I think more husbands and fathers have also experienced it slightly differently if they've had to work from home and experience their children working from home. I think some of this is about changing the narrative and actually thinking when we use these terms, what do they mean for us and what pressure does it put on us? And maybe shifting the mindset to say we're not talking about work-life balance, we're just talking about flow of different demands at different points in time and how we become very agile in responding to them.
Excellent.
Dr. Galini, you will know I'm a big fan of challenging mindset so we can actually move forward.
Thank you so much. All right, the last one then. What's your advice to HR managers and directors as well?
Specifically within the space of gender diversity, I think, and within Qatar, there is such a phenomenal opportunity to tap into female talent. Interestingly, within Qatar, we have such a large proportion of women who are so highly educated. It's actually a challenge other countries face when they don't have that level of that pipeline of highly educated, highly motivated women. We have so much potential that actually from a HR perspective, it's about being bold and saying, how do we tap into that and start bringing that into our organizations to really think about how we create these diverse teams that will build innovation. So it's about being bold and having those conversations, using the data and the information out there to say, there is a business case for this, there is a need for this. We've got to move away from the why are we doing this and start asking more and more questions about how do we achieve this.
Excellent. Well, we are coming to the end. Thank you so much, Professor Shahina. It was really, really amazing. We would like to thank you so much for joining us and being with us today, and looking forward for all the best. Thank you so much and have a great day, Professor. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We are going to welcome now. Well, no. I think we're going to have Deborah. Wow. Good afternoon, Miss Deborah. Hello there. Hello. How are you, Deborah? Yes, good afternoon. You're connecting to the audio now. Okay, Deborah Rowe, CEO and founder, Rowe Global Impact Chairman and co-founder, Billion Strong, Virginia, USA. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Yes, most welcome. Thank you so much to you. Likewise there. Okay, Miss Deborah, it's your microphone. Thanks a lot. See you. Good luck.
Okay, and so before you go,
yeah, I'm here.
Do I just start sharing the screen? And
yes, if you'd like to share your screen, it will be perfect. If any technical things, we are here to support you. Would you like to try by yourself?
Just a second.
We can
I just
help.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure.
You try yourself, and our team, please, can we also try to support Deborah, please? You look astonishing, Deborah. Don't worry. We will fix that for you.
Thank you. All right. So do you see my screen?
Not yet. No.
All right. Yeah.
Did you try to share by yourself?
Share.
Okay.
I did.
Is it share? Okay. It's not sharing yet.
Open system preferences. Okay, hold on. It's yeah, I don't know what to do. It's taking me to security and privacy.
No worries.
So yeah, I don't know what to do. Sorry, I didn't know I was.
No worries. We will help. Don't worry, Deborah. No rush. Please, team, can we help Deborah? Can we share her presentation? Yes, it's on now. Can you see it?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Steve. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Thanks all to you. Good luck. See you.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm going to set my alarm to just make sure that I don't go to, that I stay on track. Anyway, it is so nice to meet everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me to this event. I have had the pleasure to visit Qatar several times, one time with my daughter with Down syndrome, and I just really enjoyed all the amazing people there. So today we're going to talk about empowering millions of people with disabilities and really reimagining what that looks like. Next slide. And thanks to the team in the background for helping me. I am the CEO of Rowe Global Impact. We focus on helping multinational corporations meaningfully include people with disabilities, but we also work with disability persons organizations, governments, the United Nations, and others to make sure we're strategically including all humans, but we're also making sure that technology is humanized in a way that we can use it to do whatever we're trying to do to participate in society. I'm also the host of Human Potential at Work, which is a multimedia show that I've been doing for over 7 years, and Access Chat, which is one of the largest chats in the world, and we're talking about accessibility and disability. I'm an author of multiple books, very proud to be included in the Susan M. Daniels Disability Mentoring Hall of Fame. Very proud to be a mother of a 34-year-old daughter with Down syndrome. My husband sadly has aged into dementia because he was hit by a car as a child. And unfortunately, when you have a very serious traumatic brain injury, it'll affect your brain, as you live. So I also am a person with invisible disabilities, have ADHD, and sometimes, like most humans, I deal with a lot of anxiety. Next slide. And the reason why I bring that up as we're changing slides is because all of us have abilities and disabilities, all of us do. And we need to stop, I believe, we need to stop deciding certain members of our society are not valuable because. So the world has changed in a lot of ways. Globalization, both good and bad. I mean, one aspect of globalization is COVID-19, but at the same time, we're all in this together. Medical advancements, technology, conventions like the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. But at the same time, we're seeing the digital divide widen, and that's troubling. And it's not just widening in developing countries, it's also widening in developed countries like both of ours. By the way, I'm joining from Virginia, the United States. And of course, corporate social responsibility and corporate digital responsibility are critical to us. Next slide, please. I want to talk about disabilities. Certainly, there are over 1.3 billion people with disabilities in the world. The World Health Organization says 1 in 7, but some countries like the UK, Canada, Australia say 1 in 5. In the United States, we claim 1 in 4 American adults have identify as having disabilities, according to our CDC. But at the same time, many societies are aging. So as we age, more of us acquire disabilities. So we have to look at these statistics, both from people that are born with disabilities, people that acquire disabilities, and people that age into disabilities. Next slide. So, as the world is aging all over the world, even at countries like Africa, which we typically think of as younger generations, still we have a very large aging population, and we're seeing with people that are older that there's a tech gap. It's important to remember there are 5 generations in the workforce now, and all the generations are a little different. The cultural differences have to be considered, cybersecurity, and the adults wanting to age in place, especially in countries like mine, sadly, that we tend to warehouse people with disabilities and also people that are aging by nursing homes and things like that. So people want to age in place and continue to be part of society. Next slide. You can go to the next slide. Thank you so much. There's many myths about employment of PWD, which is persons with disabilities. There's a myth that people with disabilities do not have talent and skills needed in the business. We know for sure that's not true. In fact, we have seen that the people with disabilities are some of the greatest leaders and contributors to society for many years. Stephen Hawking, of course, is a good example of that, but there's many others. Agatha Christie had a disability that prevented her from taking her thoughts and writing them down on paper. And so she had an assistant help her. It didn't mean she was disabled. It just means her brain worked differently. There's a myth that people with disabilities leave their jobs more frequently than people without disabilities. Definitely not true. As a matter of fact, we have seen in the United States that the retention rate is as low as 6%, which is just, you never see that in any other community. But unfortunately, some of it might be that people with disabilities don't always feel welcome in the workforce. So if you find a workforce where you are welcomed, people with disabilities tend to stay there longer because they feel welcome, just like the rest of us. There's myths that people with disabilities have a higher than average absentee rate and workman's comp claims will increase. That's more relevant in the United States, but that's also not true. We find that people with disabilities arrive at work more timely, they have fewer absentees, they don't make the same kind of claims. Some of it is because, once again, the workforce hasn't been very welcoming to people with disabilities. But a lot of myths have been broken down. We have a lot of data all over the world, but a lot of the data is mainly coming from the United States and the UK, but we see a lot of innovation happening all over the Middle East. So we do applaud you for that. Next slide. I just wanted to very quickly point out that when we're talking about disabilities, we'll say we have ramps to technology. And when we say ramps, curb cuts and things that allow people with wheelchairs to go up on sidewalks or get in buildings, that's what we mean by ramps. But what we're talking about is people that are blind or have vision loss, people that are deaf or hard of hearing, people that might be colorblind, anyone with communications or mobility issues, and also people with mental health illnesses or mental health problems, which so many in the world are struggling with. That's something that I struggle with, especially during these tough times. But we're talking about a very broad part of our societies. Next slide. There's also many market myths that people with disabilities are a niche market, that we are a low or no income market, that accessibility is only about people with disabilities, or that it's only about charity. When the reality is, I already told you the numbers are huge. We're not a niche market. And also we go across, people with disabilities are part of all economic classes. I mean, we have people with disabilities that are extremely wealthy, people with disabilities that are extremely poor. So it goes all the way across, and it also goes across all the intersections. Brown and Black people, which we talk about a lot in the States, is we're trying to focus on identity. LGBTQ members, members of all the different classes, including women. Next slide. So we talk often about women with disabilities, for example. I'm going to go to the next slide. I had to show the picture of this amazing Egyptian deaf robotic team that have won global competitions in Egypt. And my daughter with Down syndrome is in the middle of those amazing young, talented people from Egypt. So people with disabilities do not cost more to employ than people without disabilities. We just have to change our processes. And by the way, we should accommodate all people, including people with disabilities. Disability employment research has shown there are no significant difference between the productivity of people with disabilities and people without disabilities. We've actually seen in some cases, like in Cisco and Bangladesh, they actually found that their teams that were blind actually were more productive than the team members that weren't blind. And they also found that the people that were blind, the customers liked their customer service better. And the customers said that they felt that these individuals were more empathetic. And on average, people with disabilities do not miss more work than people with disabilities. We actually find that they have better attendance records. Next slide. So it is about return on investment and the shareholder value as opposed to only charity. I mean, there is definitely a place for charity, but it's very important that we understand that people are people and that society is disabling people. And we really need to rethink what that means in our societies, because we're all humans and sometimes our bodies are fragile. But it is about corporate engagement with our community. It's about government engagement. It's about society engaging with us and improving the processes when it comes to including people with disabilities in the corporation, streamlining the process so that people can be employed, looking at it from the entire onboarding process. And all the efforts that you make certainly will improve the experience for people with disabilities and allow you to include them. But at the same time, it also will support all of your other employees at the same time. So next slide. Societal expectations have changed. The younger generations are expecting for all of us to be included, for us to care about our planet, to be conscious about climate action, to really do better in society with including each other. Organizations that have diverse workforce that include people with disabilities are finding that their employees across the board are more productive and more innovative, more creative, and able to solve problems in different ways. Because if everybody's exactly the same, when we're going to be focused on problems, we're going to bring our own lived experiences to those problems, and we're going to look at the problem in the same way. You want to look at it from different perspectives so that you can look at creative and innovative ways to solve problems. So employers that want to be employers of choice, their employees are expecting them to be, really focused on social good. Next slide. So identity and empowerment, there's a lot of identity programs going on. I know that there's a lot happening here in the United States, and I have a video here, but I'm going to keep going, and then at the end, if we have time, we'll watch that because I know we have access to that too. But I recently created a nonprofit, an NGO in the United States, is a global nonprofit focused on identity, really bringing our lived experiences together to talk about how we can add value to society. Why is society not including us? How do we come together to support each other all over the world? And somebody said, oh, just do it in the States. No, we want to do this globally. And so we want to do this in Qatar. We want to do this, in Turkey, in Egypt, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in the UAE. And there's 1.3 billion people with disabilities. And then you include the people that care about us, love us, or our allies or our family members. And it starts becoming a lot of people. So I have Dr. Lamondre Pugh on the screen right now. And he is a gentleman with lived experiences with disabilities. He's an African-American in the United States and brilliant. He's so brilliant. So he is the CEO of this new organization where we're coming together, not to be ashamed, but to be proud of our lived experiences, whatever they are. And that website is billion-strong.org, and everyone's welcome. And I will proudly say that it has all been translated into Arabic, English, Spanish, Italian, and for some reason, I think I forgot a language, but we were very proud to make sure that it was in Arabic. Next slide. So inclusion and diversity is also about the intersectionalities. There are a lot of diversity and inclusion efforts, LGBT, gender, we have so many here in the States, African Americans, Asian Americans, but everybody should be included, and we want to really embrace all of the different movements that are happening, including neurodiversity. If you have ADHD like me, also called ADD, or you have dyslexia, or you just use your brain in a different way, it doesn't mean you're broken. It just means society needs to allow us to contribute so that we all can, make a difference in the world, because there's so much stuff that we need to do right now. Next slide, and we're stronger together. So it's about accessibility and accommodations or adaptions, and we've been very proud to work in Qatar with your MADA center that really focuses on accommodations. We're finding in the States that employees are self-identifying as having disabilities in record numbers, especially during the pandemic. Teleworking is certainly an accommodation. Accessibility is critical to all of the virtual teams. We've certainly learned that during this pandemic. Dogs running in and out, children interrupting parents. We're just showing that we're human beings working and living. So work-life balance, using virtual reality and artificial intelligence for virtual conferences. And once again, employers that want to be employers of choice. Next slide. ICT, or internet communications and technology, is changing the world for all of us, but really changing the world for people with disabilities. Driverless cars will allow my husband to be more independent, my daughter to be more independent, because neither one of them can really drive due to their limited capabilities. 3D printing of prosthesis. It was so expensive to get prosthetics and children are growing. So now you can actually do 3D printing and you can make it really cool. You can make it pink if you want. So technology is really helping. Smart glasses, we started with Google, and it continues the technology is getting better and better. And now Apple glasses are really, really powerful, but very beneficial to many people with disabilities, including people that are blind. And then the exoskeletons, which allow people that are in wheelchairs to stand up so that you can put pressure on your bones and you can get around better. So there's a lot of things happening, but there's still a lot of work to do. And sadly, a lot of this really cool technology is not very affordable to a lot of people that need it. So, we're working with the United Nations and others are to try to figure out how we make sure that technology that's created is available to the people that need it. Next slide. There is also a major market opportunity for multinational corporations, and we're seeing corporations really talk about why they want to include people with disabilities. I have a commercial here from Microsoft, from Dove. Dove used a young woman that was blind, and she talked about the scent of the lotion and how smooth it was and how it felt on her skin. And she's a consumer. There's a Honey Maid commercial about graham crackers, and the woman is in a wheelchair. AT&T has done a great job. Toyota is doing a lot of commercials. So there's a market opportunity for corporations to show us how globally they want to include people with disabilities. Next slide. We can go to the next slide. And now there's a direct path to the community because of the advanced technologies and all the work that everybody's been doing, including on the ground in Qatar. There's a direct path to get to consumers with disabilities. There's a model that goes business to consumer and consumer direct to business. And a lot of this has happened because of social media and us coming together, talking about this, talking about our differences, our sameness, our lived experiences. So now it's very easy to get to the community and for the community to support each other. Next slide, and I believe this is my last slide. In summary, we are finding that the business case is clear. Also, a lot of the corporations are seeing this. We've seen 500 multinational corporations come together and under the valuable 500, where at a CEO level, the corporations are committing to including people with disabilities in their workforce and as customers, and really talking about them in a positive way from their branding. So the business case is clear. Part of the problem, though, is that we're creating demand, but we need to create the supply, and people with disabilities really need to come out and show that, you know, they are part of this community so that employers can find them. Technology is redefining everything, including the workforce. Right now, corporations are leading this change, but I believe that the community needs to get more engaged in this change, and all of us are agents of this change. And I believe that's the last slide. And I have, you can go to the next slide. I have my contact information. And on other slides, I have my, my show and my books. And you don't need to do the commercial, but I just want to make sure that I have plenty of time for Dr. Galini to ask me some questions. But I provided just some additional information in the slides just for, so that this presentation hopefully would be more valuable to you. So thank you so much.
It was great, and you are great, Deborah. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was great presentation. We do have a few questions for you, if you don't mind. Well, question one, how can accessible technology help ensure persons with disabilities are more meaningfully included in the workforce?
Great question, great question. And the really good news about accessibility is accessibility should break down the barriers for all of us. And a lot of us will have language barriers. You know, if you only speak Arabic, I don't speak Arabic, you know, and so we have barriers that way. And so when we make sure that technology is accessible, it actually benefits all human beings, but it really, really benefits human beings that have traditionally been left out of society because they have a disability, or maybe they have a disability, but they can hide it. But people don't understand maybe why whenever I talk to you, I don't look in your eyes or things like that. And so just really understanding what it means to truly be human and then bringing that technology together in an accessible way will benefit all of society. Thank you so much.
Oh, thanks to you.
It's a great
question. Okay. Thank you. How can we assure all the HR recruitment and onboarding is accessible and inclusive for persons with disabilities?
Well, what we have to do is exactly what you are doing here. We have to talk about it to our HR professionals. We have to make sure that they understand that everything has to be accessible, from when I first apply for a job, when I submit my resume to, you know, the technology. It has to be whenever you do the interview. We have to consider the onboarding process through every single phase. And I've written about this in my books, and so have others, but often we see that, well, here in the United States, we're suing each other, we're litigating these issues. We create laws and then we sue each other for a whole lot of money to pound out our laws. That's one way to do it. I don't know why we do it that way, we just do. So we are learning, at first our companies were just making sure their websites were accessible. We're like, no, wait a minute, your HR systems have to be accessible. So understanding that every aspect of the process has to be accessible. And then remember that as you do it, it will make it more accessible to everyone else as well. Once again, with cultural barriers, language barriers, everyone will benefit from this, but people with disabilities will be able to be more meaningfully included.
Thank you. Why do we need to include persons with disabilities and other disenfranchised members of society in the workforce?
Another great question. And the reason why we have to is because, once again, if nothing else, because we're aging societies. And so as people age and they get to a certain age, hopefully they get to stop working, right? But then your workforce shrinks. You don't want your children working, right? And so the workforce shrinks. So if members of your society want to contribute to society, they want to be entrepreneurs, they want to work for you, we need to work hard to make sure everybody that can work has the ability to work, and that technology not being accessible is preventing them, or society deciding that because you're blind, you can't add value, or because you're in a wheelchair. Society has to rethink it so that all of society that can contribute can contribute.
Absolutely. Well, Deborah, the United Nations have created the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, to ensure the world addresses the largest problem together. Why is it important for us to tie these inclusion efforts into global efforts?
Yes, the Sustainable Development Goals are so important to the world. There are 17 of those goals. Of the 17 goals, 11 of them impact people with disabilities. And I would say really all of them impact people with disabilities, because there are goals like clean water, reducing poverty, ending poverty, ending sexual, abuse. They're really powerful goals for the world to protect our planet and the people and all of the inhabitants. And so focusing on the Sustainable Development Goals, I think, is really critical. It was hard for me as an American to watch my past president step out of a lot of the global efforts that were being made to make the world a better place. And I'm really glad that the current president understands we are stronger together. But to me, the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, it's really critical, because these are 17 goals where we can all come together. And the days of us saying, oh, the only people that, sometimes it feels to me like the United States, especially with our past president, only cared about our borders. It's not good. We need to care about all of the people in the world. We need to learn from each other. And I think joining together with the United Nations to support the Sustainable Development Goals benefits all of us, all of our societies. So thank you for bringing that one up too.
Thanks a lot. All thanks to you. What is your advice for Middle East HR managers towards inclusion?
Well, I will say I've seen so much innovation coming from the Middle East, so much innovation. I remember I started being invited to come over to different countries. I've been to Oman, I've been to Qatar three times. I've been to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt. And I at first was invited because I was an American and, we have done so much. But what I quickly realized, the innovation was coming from the Middle East. We see so much innovation. Of the United Arab Emirates, I've been to Sharjah, and it's just incredible what's happening. But often I don't see it doesn't seem to get out to the rest of the world what is happening, the innovation that's happening. So I think definitely, in Qatar, all of the HR professionals need to really stand up and lead on this, which is already happening, but also please brag a little bit about yourselves. I brag about the Middle East all the time, but tell the world what you're doing. We need to learn from you. We need to learn from the Middle East. You're very committed to this. I see all over the Middle East. I see a lot of innovation and commitment, but I don't hear it talked about a lot. So I still think there's an opportunity for your professionals. Continue to do it, but we want to hear what you're doing. We want y'all to brag a little bit. Sorry, I know there's a better way to say it than bragging, but I think y'all have a lot of bragging rights. So compliments to the efforts that have already been made.
Deborah, you're awesome. You're really great. Thank you so much. It was so happy to have you today with us. We appreciate your presence. Thanks a lot. Have a great day for you. And before going to the next presentation or the next speaker, we will go on 10 minutes networking break. You can meet our sponsors, exhibitors, and virtual exchange cards. Know what's there to offer and learn new technology and solutions for human resource management. Thank you all, and see you in 10 to 12 minutes. Thanks a lot. See you. Hey حبيبي السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you. We are going to have Mr. Temi Duro, Emmanuel, Senior Consultant from PSI Middle East. Good afternoon, Temi. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. How are you?
How are you?
I'm
you
doing
look
very
perfect,
well.
Temi. Okay, so we're going to talk about here leadership in the reshaped world of work. Please have the microphone and good luck to you. Would you need any help? We're here. Would you like to try to share your presentation?
Absolutely. So I'm going to share my screen now. So I would ask if everybody can please just bear with me while we get this started.
Yes, we can see your presentation. Okay, good luck.
Wonderful. Thank you.
See you.
So good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this session on the leadership in the reshaped world of work. Really happy to have you all here today, and welcome to the final, or as I like to think of it, the headlining session of day one of the Qatar HR Conference. I hope today has been useful for everybody, and I hope you have got some great insights, and I'm hoping to be able to carry that on with the work with the session that we have today. So like Dr. Galini said, my name is Temi Duro Emmanuel. So I am a senior business psychologist at PSI Middle East. So we're one of the sponsors of this event and very proud to be so. So just a little bit of background about myself. I have worked now for coming up to 10 years in Europe, Asia Pacific, and also across the Middle East. And in my career, my focus really has been on bringing the sort of best practice to organizations' talent management process. And this goes from selection through to development, succession planning, and even beyond that as well. So I've done this in kind of smaller local companies all the way to sort of multinational organizations with thousands of employees. So in my career, and I'm sure in many of yours, the events of last year were really a shock. It changed the way that we practiced HR because it's changed the way that we've worked essentially. So I'm really excited to share with you today some research which has been conducted by PSI on the reshaped world of work. Some of you may have actually attended Amanda White's session earlier on today. So she is the VP of PSI Middle East, and she had a session which focused on the reshaped world of work. So today, and currently this session right now, what we're going to do is an expansion of that topic and focus on the role of leaders within this new working environment. So we're going to spend some time reiterating the differences in the working context that many of us are facing. And then we're going to take a step back and look at what leaders are encouraged to do to support their teams and also obtain results in light of all of these changes. And I think it's important at this stage to note that when I say leaders, what I'm really talking about is anybody in a management role, so with people management responsibilities. So even though we are in a remote session, I would like to hear from you, from the people who we have here as much as possible. So if you do have any questions, if there is a chat function for you to put them in, I would really encourage you to do so, or hold them up until the end where we open up for questions, and I'll make sure to address them. I'll also be asking some questions of you, so everybody who's watching this session, and we're going to try to use a polling platform today called Slido. Let's see how we get on. And we'll see if it's going to work with us and cooperate with us today. So kind of to aid with this, if you have your web browsers on your laptops open, or if you have your phone to hand, that would be wonderful. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay. So we are going to attempt to use the polling technology together today. So on your screen there, what you can see is some information that I would love for you to answer. And really the simple question is, I just want to know where everybody is joining from. So in the top left-hand corner of your screen, what you can see is a QR code. You are able to take your phone and to scan with that to be able to try to access the poll. Alternatively, what you can do is you can also kind of just type in the website that you've got there, slido.com. And then what you can do at that stage is just enter in that code to be able to access the poll as well. Okay, so I can see that we have one respondent who's there from Europe. So if anybody else would be able to sort of access as well, that would be great. We also have one respondent from the Middle East as well. So, you know, as we are all starting to get used to new technologies and using new ways of interacting, I think that this is a great example of some of the things that we're going to talk about in the session today. And honestly, this is the benefit of running some of these sessions online that allows us to connect from different places. So we've got somebody else who's in here from Asia Pacific, and we can see that this is changing where the Middle East is overwhelmingly where people are here from. So this is the Slido technology that I would like to use, because I'd like to ask you a couple of questions and just kind of gain your thoughts on some of the content as we are going. So thank you everybody who is using this so far. So please keep this open. So keep the Slido open on your phones or on your laptop browsers, just so that we are able, so I'm able to kind of collect your thoughts as we go through. Okay. Okay. So for those of you who are not familiar with PSI, I just want to give a very brief background on who it is that we are and what it is that we do. So PSI are a talent management consultancy, and we provide solutions that drive sort of personal and organizational success. So we're headquartered in the US in California, but we have offices across the globe, including in the Middle East. So we've been around for quite a long time. We've grown our headcount rapidly over the last few years, and we have a very large portfolio of assessments. So we try to use our solutions to across the talent lifecycle. So that would be screening, that would be selecting, that would be developing, and also further engaging employees as they go through an organization as well. So we use a lot of technology in our solutions, and essentially what we try to do at the end of the day is give our clients some impactful and powerful data and insights to be able to sort of make decisions as they go through. And I'm not going to harp on this too much, I promise, but you can see some numbers there where you can see that we are quite a large organization and one of the sort of largest organization of psychologists anywhere in the world. And we have a large number of organizational psychologists such as myself and also psychometricians who are working with us. And a lot of our staff is focused on R&D and product development and innovation and really researching what's going on in the world of psychology. So today, I would like to focus on some of that research that has been done by my colleagues. And this research has been on one of the main topics that's really prevalent in the organizational psychology world, particularly since, you know, the events of March of 2020. And that's really the impact of sort of moving to a more digital and remote working sort of working environment has had on us all. And that's really what we are here to focus on today. So, you know, the world of work has been reshaped. It's different, it's new. The events of last year, from the pandemic to global movements like Black Lives Matter protests, have really caused a change in the expressed priorities and focus for lots of organizations and also for employees. So what we're really seeing are things like an increased focus on well-being and resilience across many companies. There's also a focus on things like building sort of diverse and inclusive organizations as well. So with all of these changes and new priorities, I really do think that it's now kind of necessary to think about what's needed for managers to successfully navigate this new world of work. And before I go into what I think, or what PSI as an organization thinks, I would love to hear from you. So we're going to go back to Slido very quickly, and this would be a great place for you to sort of share your thoughts. And I'd really like you to please let me know what changes you have seen in your workplace over the last 18 months. So has anything been different in terms of the environment, the way that you are able to sort of communicate with each other, or anything in that case? So any sort of responses here would be wonderful. So I'll give everybody a minute. Okay, so I can see that we have one response here of less communication, which I do think is quite true to the way that we've seen the workplace move, where it can be more difficult to actually just communicate off the cuff with your with your colleagues. And also we've got here more agile working opportunities Absolutely. So you are now able to sort of join a conference like this from Europe, join a conference like this from the Middle East, join a conference like this from Asia Pacific, and be able to work in a more agile way. And that's obviously not just events like this, but in a day-to-day working as well. So I think that, you know, there have been lots of different things, lots of changes, and lots of ways that we can actually see the differences that have been caused by the pandemic in the last year. And more digitizations, absolutely. That's one of the key things that has happened as an effect of this pandemic, is more digitization. But what I would also like to look at this stage is some more of the research that PSI has done. So earlier I spoke about some organizational priorities which have been changing over the last year. And really, it's not just the priorities which are different, but also the working environments that we are in. And one of the main shifts that we have seen is a more permanent shift to sort of more remote working for people around the world. So this can look like working permanently from home, or having flexible working, which is obviously that blend between being at home and being in the office. And what we saw was last year, up to 75% of organizations had staff working from home due to the effects of the pandemic. And also 75% of people indicated that they'd like to continue to work remotely, at least occasionally. And we had about half of people who reported that they would like to primarily work remotely, so to do that full time, or spend most of their time at home in that sort of working environment. And what we have really seen is that these changes are likely to stick, because 3/4 of CEOs have actually stated that it's unlikely they're going to bring all of their employees back into an office environment on a permanent basis as we start to move back into that sort of normal day-to-day life. So the shift to flexible or remote working is actually likely here to stay. So let's think about the impact of this just a little bit more. So if we focus more on that remote working, what we can see is that really a significant number of companies have remote working policies now. And I imagine a lot of these came into play over the last 18 months. HR professionals have stated that they feel it's important to get more frequent updates and communications from their leaders about what's expected from people moving forward. And HR professionals have also raised concerns about things like productivity, emotional support, and well-being. And all of these can be impacts of actually having more of that sort of disconnect between working at home or potentially even being in the office. And really what that's led to is a change in the employee experience. So the shift to remote working, the shift to flexible working has actually changed the way that a lot of people interact with the workplace. So what we can see with some people is things like poor job fit. So job descriptions haven't changed. The realities of working from home or more flexible arrangements do mean, though, that the expectations for the role may have changed. So for instance, you may have seen that when transitioning into a more flexible working arrangement or when working from home, you may need to do things like give more presentations. You may need to do things like attend more formalized meetings or use more technology. And these changes in expectations can lead people who were, once comfortable and happy in their role to sort of feel unsuited to the new requirements that are being asked of them. And then also something quite practical is a lack of resources for a lot of people. So a lot of companies, particularly smaller organizations, when the employees sort of moved into that working from home environment, didn't have the proper equipment to be able to do that. So perhaps not even having suitable computer equipment like a monitor, or keyboard, mouse, or even things like not having a suitable desk or office chair to actually kind of sit down and work from home on a really consistent basis. And a lot of this has taken a toll on workers. And one of the big ones is really reduced co-worker collaboration. So from having this distance between people, what you can actually start to see is that absence of the water cooler conversation. So those informal conversations that you may have at work. And this is due to remote working. And this has actually been noted by a lot of people as well. I'm sure you would have read a lot of articles about this. But this reduced collaboration has had an impact on sort of the output of people. So you can actually see potentially a lot less creativity in the output that people are giving you. And there can also be sort of feelings of isolation which go along with this as well. What you do also see is increase in ambiguity because things are still in flux. There are a lot of things still shifting, and I think that there are a lot of policies or changes which a lot of people are hoping that are going to come into play to reduce that. Another big one is work-family conflict. So working more from home, or indeed even returning to the office after being at home for so long, has led to sort of like an imbalance in terms of the amount of time you spend with work and the amount of time you spend with your family. So people need to try to make sure that there is an appropriate balance of those two things. And ultimately, all of these changes, all of these new things, all of the differences that we're seeing can lead to anxiety over the future of working. And there have been many sort of high-profile debates about the future of work. And health anxiety, I think, is one of those things as well. So basically, the employee experience has changed as a result from working from home. Granted, these are all quite negative experiences to highlight. And I'm not going to pretend this has been the experience of everybody. And there definitely have been some positives in terms of the new ways of working, which I'll share with you now. So if we take a more balanced view, we do see some benefits to kind of having this sort of increased flexibility. So for some people, being able to work from home has actually increased productivity. This can be due to things like more autonomy to structure their day, or sort of more freedom to be in a relaxed environment while they do produce their work. What we are also seeing is things like a broader applicant pool. So what you can see is you're now able to work with colleagues in all sorts of different places around the world. So a colleague in different cities, different countries, different continents. And then the barriers of sort of travel logistics or costs are gone as a result of the great digitization that we're experiencing. And because all employees are not in the office, a benefit for organizations is reduced costs. So if people aren't there, then there can be less or perhaps even no office space becomes a possibility, and being able to reinvest those costs to the benefit of employees in the organization. There's also greater autonomy for people to be able to structure how their time is spent. And a lot of this can really enable better work-life balance. So there are some real benefits to sort of this new way of working. And we've spoken about some of the challenges already, but the only one which I would like to quite ironically point out at this point is Zoom fatigue. So this is basically the tiredness with kind of using virtual video conferencing like Zoom. And you would have read a lot about this over the last year. And this is because we need to work harder to process nonverbal cues, things like facial expression, the tone and the pitch of voice. And our brains just really aren't kind of used to working in that way. So it does take a toll on us. So essentially, there is sort of a give and a take with working from home, and there are benefits and downsides that I think it's important to acknowledge. And before we get into the leadership role here, I just want to quickly touch on organizational consequences as well. One of the main things that has come out from a lot of the research that we have done is that that organizations are struggling to maintain things like employee morale, productivity, and also the employee culture as well. So all of these things have been highlighted as challenges for organizations. And these are things which we are trying to address with the way that we would like leaders to move their approach to. So as a recap, we're all dealing with a new reality. The way we work has changed, the priorities we have are different, and the environment we operate has wildly shifted. So I know a lot of us have tried to adapt the best as we can, but there are a lot of still sort of ambiguous things, and a lot of things are still unclear for how to operate in this landscape. And I think that even though it's unclear how to operate in this landscape, what's kind of more salient here is that it's a lot of confusion about how to operate effectively in this new world of working. So hopefully, we can help out a bit with that today. So now this may be familiar to a few people who may have attended Amanda White's session, but what we are looking at here is basically some areas of focus from the past 10 years in terms of what companies were expecting from their employees and from their leaders. So these are all competencies or areas of behaviors that companies in the last decade overwhelmingly looked for in their employees and leaders. And the way that we actually were able to get to this was we did an analysis of worldwide 360 data. So we were hoping to understand the competencies or the areas of behavior which were deemed as important for success. And I'm sure what you'll notice in here that a lot of these are quite people focused. So things like coaching and developing, we've got communication, teamwork, interpersonal sensitivity. It's all about that human interaction is what we were really kind of focused on the last decade or so. And to be honest, these preferences are really well suited to that physical working environment, to being in the office, to working in an open plan office, because then, you know, it's much easier to pick up, understand, and learn some more of those interpersonal cues. You know, being around your colleagues does kind of help with teamwork and facilitate that, and it makes it easier to communicate proactively, and also for managers to spend time with their direct reports to coach and to develop their team. These specific behaviors, or a lot of them, become much more difficult when you can't simply turn your head, look at your colleague and begin a conversation, where you have to take that extra step of seeing if they're free, trying to contact them through Teams, Zoom, Google Meets, and be able to start that conversation. So research does suggest that a shift in focus is actually important to thrive in this more digital and remote environment. And to do that, we now have new areas of focus that you can see on your screen there. So these areas, these competencies, these sort of expected ways of behaving, this is a focus for all employees and it's applicable worldwide. So while these skills are important for everybody, what I want to focus the rest of the session on is what it's like to lead in this new environment and what this new focus looks like for those who actually manage other people. So let's start with critical thinking. So when we look at critical thinking and an analysis, this is basically an area which a lot of organizations are starting to look for more. And this is because the problems that we're starting to face are more complex. They have more dimensions and they're more ambiguous. And what we really need from our managers is to be able to look at data and information from lots of different sources, understand what's essential for decision making, and actually start to objectively question ideas and assumptions. So in a remote setting, it becomes more difficult to access the people and the information that would be needed to actually solve some of these problems. And I think along with this, understanding the context that could help with some of these issues can actually be trickier when everything is in such a dispersed sort of environment. So I think that especially when you're working digitally, it does become a luxury to start to go to your colleagues and actually have these conversations because you don't really have the benefit of just going next door and speaking to your colleague or even calling them necessarily, because a lot of people have actually also started to adopt flexible hours. So problem solving does become a bit more of a struggle. So people who take more of this sort of analytical or critical thinking mindset will be likely to see remote work as an opportunity. So an opportunity to be creative, to approach problems in a new way. And really, we would hope that people are not sort of affected by the barriers that remote work presents, but rather, if you're seeing it as an opportunity, be resourceful in how information is looked for and make sure that their teams are able to draw solid conclusions about what actions need to be taken. The next area that we have is learning agility. So as everything is changing so quickly, it's less effective to rely on sort of the strategies and the approaches of days that have gone by. So to be effective now, what we really need to do is actually start to objectively evaluate experiences and apply learnings to new situations and opportunities. So leaders in particular who enjoy learning new skills and who are a bit more willing to sort of employ different methods of coordinating remote work are likely to be able to, sort of be available and connect with their team, suggest new things that might actually make remote work easier and more productive for people. And along with this, I think that while having sort of learning agility yourself as a manager, it's also important to try to foster this in your direct reports or enable it even in them to allow them to also be successful. So with that, in terms of enabling other people to kind of adopt this learning agility, there does come a degree of letting go, which, and by that, what I mean is sort of giving people the space, the autonomy to approach tasks in the way that they need to, so they can start to learn new ways of doing things as well. So there is that to consider with this. The next area that we have is digital dexterity. So the last couple of years, we've all learned so much about technology that we didn't know that existed or could exist. So we've started, using Microsoft Teams, Trello, Jiva. All of these different things have come kind of into the forefront of work. And new tech seems to be coming at a very, very quick pace. And I can imagine this is going to continue as we move forward. And for example, many companies are starting to ask about things like AI and trying to incorporate that into their processes, even within HR. So managers that have a strong sort of preference for stability and tradition are likely to struggle with these things, to embrace the new technology. And this can actually have an impact on the way they communicate with their staff and also how efficient people are likely to be in this sort of new remote environment. So their teams may not be aware of these new things or may feel like their manager is not actually available for them or able to support them with some of these new ways of working. So what we have seen from a lot of the research and what we do anticipate is going to happen is that people who are going to be successful in this new world of work are probably going to need to be able to grasp and leverage these new technologies. And that can be through their own personal learning or research, or perhaps through more formal channels by talking to experts in the field about these matters. And managers also need to enable their teams, enable their direct reports to also kind of adopt this technology and go along with it. So essentially what we're saying here is embracing technology is going to definitely be the way forward and enable people to actually start to achieve their goals in an efficient way. Now, we've spoken a lot about some skills like sort of embracing technology, kind of learning new things. But one of the key things that is not going to go away is basically that need to build relationships and that need to kind of have that interpersonal human connection. So as much as we are going to sort of embrace technology and maybe even start to use things like EI, there are still going to be tasks that people can perform better than machines. And emotional intelligence and social skills are still going to be important as we move forward. That being said, because of the new environment that we are working in, managers specifically need to be proactive in how they communicate and collaborate with their teams and also with their peers. So they need to be able to connect easily, regardless of the context. They need to gain trust quickly, and they also need to sort of maintain the relationships that they have. So how managers actually interact with their team members and colleagues does have a direct impact on their relationships and their effectiveness. And I think that this is going to be really key moving forward. And parts of that managerial role in building the relationships, not just working with their colleagues or their clients, but also coaching, creating teamwork opportunities, and also communicating with their direct reports. So I want to just focus on this piece for a little bit and start with coaching direct reports, because the question that came to my mind when I first started thinking about that was, how do you coach somebody without actually observing their performance in person? Honestly, there's no one-size-fits-all approach to this in terms of understanding how to coach people when they are in a different location, but maintaining regular dialogue is going to be really important. So managers need to consider employees' capacity and also their capability. And this can be done by basically trying to speak with employees, asking the question of what they need, but also looking at the quality of their output. Are you getting what you need from them? If they appear to be struggling, then that is perhaps an indication that somebody needs a bit more coaching or a bit more support to be able to do their role. I think that as part of this, as part of sort of coaching and developing employees, expectations need to be clear, and managers need to be approachable so people know that they have their back basically, and will be able to ensure they have the resources and the information necessary to achieve their goals. In terms of like communication, the other piece which I want to highlight here is that to effectively manage a remote team, trust and respect are going to be important between managers and also their direct reports. We spoke a little bit earlier about people potentially feeling isolated, so experiencing setbacks and struggling with working sort of in a digital environment. So having a manager who is there to listen to them and who will trust them and not judge them and show compassion is really going to be key to sort of like having an effective communication or effective two-way communication at that. So that showing empathy for people is also quite important, because we know that this sort of listening to people and actually showing compassion can help to improve sort of psychological safety, which often translates to job satisfaction, engagement, commitment, and all of these other positive things that you might see in an organization. And the last thing to talk about in terms of building relationships before we move on is that managers need to kind of nurture their own relationships with their own peers and their own leaders. And that's going to be important for success. So that's about kind of creating forums to be able to do that, and also kind of encouraging their teams to do that. So yeah, I think those are that's one of the most important things in terms of building relationships. Next, we have embracing diversity. So we have a lot of evidence now that more diverse organizations do achieve better business performance. So leaders and managers need to actively sort of seek out and actively include diverse individuals and perspectives. So this means kind of ensuring that people are also treated fairly, regardless of sort of their background, and be willing to advocate and act if they see that that's not happening. So actively seeking out the contributions of other people is honestly a lot easier when you can't see them. So when you are distant from your direct reports, what we're finding is a lot of managers can actually succeed in this embracing of diversity if they create forums and ways for their teams to connect and to share ideas, and actually so that everybody can benefit from the diversity that exists within the team. And I think it's also important to clarify at this stage, when I'm talking about diversity, I'm absolutely talking about diversity in terms of gender, age, nationality, race, but also diversity of personality, thought, and perspective. So it's all about having a wide range of people and perspectives in the workplace, but then also listening to all of the input and making sure that people feel safe to give their input. And I'll give a very brief sort of, I'll tell a very brief story about sort of how embracing diversity can be important. So I once consulted for a beverage company, and I was focused on their marketing department at the time. So they had a bigger than life campaign, and sort of the idea was to produce very large size bottles of soft drinks to be sold in supermarkets, and they spent quite a lot of money on doing this. So they sent all of the bottles to the supermarket, only to find that none of them would actually fit on the shelf. So looked at the analysis, we kind of looked at the team, looked at the makeup of the team, and what we found that as it was a marketing team, they had lots of very creative people in there. So lots of people who were less likely to focus on being practically minded or planning. And we only had a couple of people in there who maybe had this sort of orientation. So in that example, having a leader in that team who was able to, first of all, build a diverse team, but then secondly, make sure that everybody had an input, could have prevented something like that happening. Okay, so let's start to look at resilience. So well-being is definitely one of the things that has come out as very important, as well as mental health, and a really big focus for everybody due to the effects of the pandemic. And what we are seeing that it is important to actually for people to build their own personal resilience. So what we are seeing in terms of what's going to be important moving forward is people need to be able to cope with setbacks and change and bounce back from these effectively. And it's important for leaders to sort of role model this, to demonstrate emotional control, adaptability, perseverance, and positivity to their team. And how leaders react to challenges and change does send a direct message to their employees, and hopefully to try to get them to emulate them as well. And we find that people who are likely to be effective leaders in a sort of digital setting moving forward can demonstrate this about how to handle lots of situations, so both good and bad, and communicate to others and provide sort of a source of stability and direction to other people whenever it is needed. So resilience is definitely one of the things that's going to be necessary moving forward. The last piece that we have is change orientation. So we've got a lot more sort of digital working, we have more automation, and all of this is changing job requirements, it's changing organizational structures, it's changing market needs as well. So employees ultimately need to maintain a positive attitude towards change in work and embrace it and appreciate the opportunities that do come with that as well. So this sort of more remote working makes it difficult for people to stay informed about shifting priorities. And leaders essentially may have to work harder to ensure that their teams and their direct reports are up to date and aligned. So sort of people who take more of a flexible approach may actually try to see where flexibility is likely to be needed and help other people to reprioritize their work to avoid setbacks or feelings of frustrations that can actually naturally accompany change as well. So change orientation is definitely going to be one of those things that is important. So I've spoken a lot there. So just to give myself a break, I would like to hear from you again. So I'd like to go back to Slido, and I'd love to understand, take some time to think. I'd like to ask you to take some time to think about your organization. So could you let me know what competencies do you feel are going to be important for the leaders in your business moving forward? So considering the changes that have been happening, considering what's been going on, what do you think is actually going to be useful in terms of the competencies that we have just spoken about? So any responses there would be useful. And I could tell you that from, let's say, a PSI point of view, some of the things which I think are really useful for us would be the embracing diversity piece. So that's one of the things which we do have a focus on. It's one of our values moving forward. And we can find that inviting different voices, inviting different ways of thinking can actually help us to be important. And I can see that that's definitely reflected in what we are getting. Change orientation is absolutely going to be important as well. And I think that, you know, kind of rolling with the punches is something that we need to see. And we've got some other areas like resilience coming through quite strongly. I completely agree with this because we've seen the way that a lot of people have actually started to react to the pandemic, and we found that resilient people were able to still be sort of productive, still able to give the output, still able to support their teams because they had a bit more of that approach. So I think that the two that we're seeing coming out the highest there, oh, okay, this is changing a lot, embracing diversity. One thing I haven't seen is actually building relationships. That hasn't come through, which is quite interesting. Because in my opinion, this is one of the things that people didn't do very well over the last 18 months. And I think that having a focus on that is something that, that could potentially really help a lot of organizations progress. But thank you for your thoughts. Really do appreciate it, but let's go ahead and let's move on. So essentially, what we have spoken about is that leaders do make the difference. The reason for our focus on managers is basically because our research has shown that the quality of the relationships with those in a leadership position can really help remote workers deal with negative consequences. We all know, and we've all seen, and we've all experienced the impact the managers can have on employee welfare in a physical working environment. And this impact isn't lost when it's when it's not face-to-face and it's more of a digital environment, okay? Okay, so just I guess to reiterate some of the points that we have spoken about today. Managers should try to provide social support to their employees. So should try to make sure that employees not feeling isolated. They should try to make sure they have the right things or the things necessary to be able to sort of deliver output and to do their roles. They need to try to inspire trust to feel, to allow people to share, to feel kind of safe within the environment that they're working in. And they also need to think about people in honestly a unique way, because everybody's circumstances are going to be different. So kind of people with families or with children or sort of differently abled people or people of determination are going to have different needs from each other. And essentially, by focusing on these aspects, as well as a lot of the other things that we have spoken about, does lead to some quite sort of positive outcomes in terms of satisfaction, commitment, and productivity from the employees that they're leading. So this is essentially one of the things that we really want to make sure was a takeaway from today. And we've spoken about what we need, we've spoken about what we want to see, but we need to actually try to support people to actually display these behaviors. And one of the ways to sort of support leaders with these new competencies are leadership programs. So we personally within PSI have actually seen some success with this with some of the key clients that we have over the past year. So essentially these programs really do aim to sort of change behavior through highlighting behavior, and targeted development is really the key here, to actually help people move with change and to help them to figure out how it is they want to lead and how it is that they want to make sure that their teams are moving in the right direction in an efficient way, basically. And essentially, what we want to do is actually take a step back and look at our existing leaders. So we want to make sure that our leaders are showing compassion, humility, vulnerability, but we also want to make sure that they are actually starting to roll with the punches, to make sure that they are using sort of digital technology effectively. So focus on sort of resetting the existing priorities for managers is going to be one of the useful ways that you can actually start to target the development or make sure that they have what it is that they need. What's also important is to actually identify who the new leaders are going to be. So within every organization, you've got your individual contributor population of which you're going to find a lot of people in there who are actually already aligned to a lot of these things that we've spoken about today. And these are the people who are going to be your future leaders. So sort of taking time to invest in your leaders, taking time to invest in the people who could be your leaders is going to be really important. So I would encourage everybody to think about succession planning, think about their hyper programs, and identify the talent that's already within the organization who can actually be very useful in the organization moving forward. And finally, all of these things essentially move into or are going to help us to develop. So development programs like what I spoke about a little bit earlier are going to be critical for leaders. So I think that now is really the time to start to invest in this group of people and make sure that they do have the skills which will be necessary moving forward. And there are some tools which can help with that. And this is my last slide, I promise. So things like personality assessments, 360 feedbacks, emotional intelligence questionnaires,
okay, great.
and leadership climate indicators are useful. So yeah, and I lied that I do have one last slide. We have lots of resources on the PSI sort of website. So for you to start to think about that more in terms of looking at things like blogs or webinars or any sort of the other resources that we have available. So that was everything which I wanted to speak to you about today. Really do appreciate everybody's time. And I would love to answer any questions that you have about the topic. So Dr. Galini, over to you.
Ms. Temi, that was really, really unique. Thank you so much. First of all, I want to apologize. Apology to you. I said Mr. by mistake. It's Emmanuel's name. So, Ms. Temi, yeah, well, you're most welcome, but it was really so unique. Actually, everybody did a great job today, but with your interactivity and everything, it was super. So yeah, we may start with some few questions, if you don't mind. How leaders can still have control of their teams when not working face-to-face?
So I think that's a really good question, because I know that a lot of people have found success in the past with doing things like, making sure that they are looking at their teams and helping actually guide them in the right direction. As part of that, I would say that learning agility is one of the pieces that we want to enable in our teams. So as a leader, you are going to need to let go a little bit. So you are going to need to let people, give people the space to sort of make mistakes and kind of make sure that they are still getting to that output. So focusing more on the output as opposed to focusing on the way that people get there, I think is going to be really important, and ensuring that people feel comfortable to be able to come to you, to talk to you, and to ask you questions as a leader is going to be increasingly important moving forward.
Great. Well, what's the most important thing that leaders can do when not directly in touch with their team?
I think basically it's contacting their team. So looking for ways that you can actually start to foster teamwork or sort of like team working. So that could be having weekly team meetings. That could be making sure that you have one-to-ones. I think that communication is more difficult now, and it's something that people need to focus on moving forward. And really at this stage, it's going to be a leader's responsibility to lead by example, and to make sure that their employees are connecting with each other, but then also connecting in with leaders, because you can't really coach or develop people if you haven't actually had that interaction with them. So for me, absolutely, I actually think that's going to be one of the most important things moving forward. Mm-hmm. Anything else?
Absolutely. Well, yes, sure. Two more. In your opinion, what difficulties leaders have faced over the past years?
I actually think that some people have been quite resistant to changes, and I think that has led to quite a few problems. So resistant to changes which are going on a strategic level, which has actually trickled down into their team. So I think by more of that sort of rolling with the punches, some of those behaviors that we've spoken about earlier, and perhaps even displaying a bit more resilience in terms of saying that, okay, this change isn't necessarily what I like, but we're gonna go with it and we're gonna try it, and more of that openness, I think can really help, because I think a lot of people really did struggle with that in the past year. Yeah. Anything else?
How do HR leaders measure their own performance at work? You're doing great. So how do HR leaders measure their own performance at work?
I would say in the same way that you would measure it with anybody else. So we're looking at things like 360s, right? To be able to look at how other people perceive you. We're looking at things like personality assessments to actually essentially see what your personal style is, and if that is actually enabling you to be successful. I think all of the tools that we suggest for other people can help. And if the question was actually more about how do HR leaders look at everybody else, then I think that you look at the outputs of what you're getting. Is your organization kind of getting the results that it needs? Are people happy? Are people engaged? Do people feel supported by their leaders? If so, then we're moving in the right direction. If not, maybe we need to make a few changes there.
Okay. True. Well, last question. All right. What do you advise HR people all around the world, and of course, mainly to MENA area?
Mm-hmm. I think that my sort of main advice is always know your people. So know who it is that you have within your organization. And I guess because we are focusing on leaders, know your leaders, know kind of what their strengths are, know what their development areas are, and then cater to that. I think that data on people is actually one of the most important things that HR people or that HR can sort of use, and use that information to be able to help people be as successful as possible. And by knowing your people, this can be as simple as listening to them. If you have a coaching sort of function within your HR department, kind of make sure that leaders are engaged with that, so that they can actually start to have those conversations and help people move towards the direction that is going to help you strategically. So I think that it's really important for HR to know who you have, know what your problems are, and then try and find a way to fix them.
Absolutely. Well, we share something in common. I'm also a psychologist. I believe you've heard this one. So from your point of view, what do you think psychology can add to HR
Honestly, we've been using psychology in HR for quite a while, right? So things like personality assessments really do help us to be able to say, here is a makeup of our people. That's one of the ways that you can know your people. So understanding the way that people are likely to behave can actually help you to get the outputs that you want. And one of the important things I personally believe about using sort of personality assessments or using sort of personality profiles as part of any sort of recruitment or development that you're doing, while we are saying that broadly these are the areas that we want or that we think people should move towards, there is no necessarily one right model. Part of embracing diversity is embracing different approaches. So while we want these outcomes and while we think these things are going to actually help people to reach there, it's not really a one size fits all. What's always important is to focus on, really, are people reaching those outcomes as opposed to do they fit this specific mold? But I think that psychology has a very valuable place in HR, and I'm very biased, obviously.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. It was really, really great, Ms. Temi, and we appreciate your coming today, and we're looking forward for all the best. We now actually, thank you so much, Ms. Temi. We now conclude day one. Thank you everyone who joined us and supported us today. We had great and interesting speakers who touched upon future of HR, trends, opportunities, performance management, legislations, inclusion, and millennial challenge, and finally a great insight on leadership and the reshaped world of work. We have more topics to be touched upon tomorrow. So I welcome you all, everyone, to join us tomorrow at 9 a.m. Qatar time. Exhibition and networking lounge will be open 24/7. Thank you and have a great day. See you tomorrow morning. Thank you so much. Goodbye all.